I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding from the words I spit. So sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts feeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon.
Oh, I was muted. Thank you. Oh my God. All right. I played a little bit with StreamYard, and I hope you guys enjoyed that little, instead of waiting without any sound. So I thought we're gonna have some music. Good evening, good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? PGB, Allison, Anna, Colleen, Craftastic, Cynthia, Dave G, Debs, Ellen, Emma, Heidi, Job Girl, Catherine, Kira, Lady Sarah, Lisa, Lucy, Melina, Mitch, Natalie, Nono, None Your Business, Penny, Rebecca, Sarah, Scorpion, Stephanie, Sweet Pea, TH, Tumbleweed, Weekend Widow. That's a cool name. Weekend Widow. Adrian. Hi. Allison. Hi. All right, you guys. What are we gonna? Hold on, let me just close this real quick. Delay on StreamYard again. So that's nothing new, is it? Would be? You love the new intro? Oh, that's nice. For everyone who was waiting for the Mitchell Way live stream yesterday, we had a massive storm and no internet at all. I could have gone live on my phone, but with mobile data, it's always such a thing, not reliable at all. So we'll be going into the Mitchell White case tomorrow. Also, what I'm gonna be doing, I'm watching a lot of Hello Casting. I'm watching a lot about that girl Kylie Rodney at the moment, and if I can recommend a channel, go to Staff Girl. It's awesome coverage on Keely Rodney case. Um, I was thinking I'm gonna be waiting till the toxicology report is coming back. I think there's some fishy stuff going on with that case. Um, and I'll be doing a complete timeline from start to finish and see what we can find out. I have a humming sound. Do I have a humming sound? That must be you. Do I have a humming sound in the background? Everything is it, everything is as normal. Hmm. Sound isn't great. Alrighty. Let's see if I can fix that. Give me 1 second, please. Mm, is it better now? You guys tell me if it's better now. So I just go. My sound is weird. Okay, hold on. I close everything I can possibly close. Um, hold on. Is that better now? Maybe I should just. Ah, good. The majority of you guys say yes. All right, it's the same. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know what else to do. Um, I don't know what else to do. It went bad. All right, I'm gonna um try and fix my sound. Um, yeah, see you guys in 1 second. Hold on. All right. So this is I basically it has an echo. Ronnie told me Ronnie just sent me a message saying I have an echo. All right. Welcome, Ronnie and Cindy, of course. Both are going to be watching tonight. Maybe it's leveling out during the live stream. If not, then I'll just, you know, come back in and out all the time. Still weird. Well, I have to continue like this because I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. I don't know. Let's continue, and I keep my camera off. Maybe the sound is better. All right. Last week we stopped at the 12th of August, but I'm gonna be going real quick through the 12th of August again. I want to share my screen, and we're going through the 12th of August again, just for everybody who is joining um, and has not seen the live stream from last week. We're gonna be going through the 12th. All right, I'm not, going through the whole day and Shanann's messages she sent to her friend. What did we discover last week was that there probably wasn't a meetup at the Lazy Dog, nor was there a meetup at the Safeway, because Cody Roberts would have known. My phone is off. No, yeah. I have nothing on other than StreamYard. It's really weird what's going on with the sound. I hope it's okay-ish. Um, we discovered that, like I said, the Safeway parking lot fire stick meeting probably did never occur, since Cody Roberts had no clue about anything that's been going on. Otherwise, Chris Watts wouldn't have sent him a message telling him he's going out first thing Monday morning. And yeah. So what did he do? 10:32. Shanann asked Watts to send her some pictures of the girls. I missed them. As you can see here, image numbers. I don't think I have to explain um, in detail now. Item 41, timeline number. Item 41 is his personal phone. Every image that he sends or receives has an image number or an HEIC number that's specifically for Apple devices. The timeline number 7671, this is basically the entry number for um, an event that occurred in your phone. So roughly 18 hours before their murders, Watts took one of the last known images of Celeste in life. He sent this and one of Bella, taken at the same time, to Shanann. So 7671 for Cece, and here's 7672 for Bella. At 10:45 hours, Watts searched Google for Mount Colima. He preserved an image of the volcano spewing lava and smoke. Here again, because it will come up with that chicken breast on the grill and stuff like that when we get into Betty's interview. So here again, he preserved the image. That means that he beforehand searched for something, then saw an image, and then put it in his image file. Shanann, oh, and I also got a good email of of a subscriber of mine telling me Mount Colima it, it was used for um, sacrifices, stuff like that, prayer groups going on there, and some sort of cult stuff at this Mount Colima. 11:30. Um, my phone is off. I don't know how I can. Is it really that bad? I don't know how I can make it any better. I have nothing on, like literally nothing except StreamYard. I have nothing on. Maybe I turn my phone off, like off. Is it better now? You guys tell me. So to Catherine, it sounds fine. I have nothing other than I normally have on. Or so to some it's good, to some it's not. I'm really sorry, but it's nothing I can do. All right, continue. 11:13. Shanann asked if the girls were taking a nap. Watts said they were just laying down. Shanann asked Watts, if you have time before they wake and want to call me, I'd love to talk to you. Watts said okay, but he never did. Then 20-something minutes later, Missy calls Jimbo. Let's continue. Okay, Dave G's just sent me a message that the sound is really, really bad. Hold on. Let me stop this, go back in and out. Is that better now? Can somebody tell me if it's better? Okay, what I'm gonna do is, so I don't lose that stream. Dave G, are you around? Would you please come up on panel for a second? I send you the link. So I can go in and out without losing the stream. Please? I don't have any other sound on in my room. The only sound you can hear is my clock ticking, and that's it. Try refresh. Yeah, that's a good idea. Try refresh YouTube. I'm just waiting. Maybe Dave G can come up real quick if he's there, so I can go out without losing the stream. No, I refuse to have Alexa. No. No Alexa in the house. Hi.
Hi. No, it sounds like your noise reduction on your mic is affecting it because it's like every other word you can't hear nothing. It's like an echo. It's really, really muddy.
That's really weird.
Okay, you're perfectly clear right now.
Yeah.
Talking to me.
I hear you clear as well.
But as soon as like,
can you guys hear Dave G talking? Dave is clear and I am not. All right. Okay. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Do you have a fan going?
No, nothing. Nothing is on.
Oh wow. Okay.
Nothing. All right. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
So I hope everybody's ready for the next 6 or 7 hours. TJ's going to try to get everything in today. Hopefully she can. But no, it's going to be a lot of information and hope everybody enjoys it.
Is it better now?
I can barely hear you.
Oh my goodness.
There you
Okay.
are.
You hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So, how is the sound now? Okay, to some it's completely clear, to others it's not. Everybody who said the sound isn't clear, is it okay now? Good.
Good, good, good. Okay, I'll
I know
drop off.
what it was. I know what it was. Clear now. Alrighty. Cool. Dave, thank you.
Okay. See you in chat. Bye.
You can stay in if you want. I don't
I'll
mind.
just hop down because it's easier to watch the chat. But
Okay.
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
If
Bye.
you need me up, I'll be right here. So
Alrighty.
bye
Thank
bye.
you for coming up. Bye. All right, you guys. Then let's fixed. Good. Perfect. All right. I know what it was. You know, I have my ring light in an adapter, and also my charger for the laptop. So yeah. All right. Let's continue with that. All right, for everyone who couldn't hear me, so these are the last known images. One last known image of Cece, and he sends another one of Bella. Hold on, give me one quick second so I can turn my phone back on. There you go. All righty. We are still on the 12th. So this is a screenshot of his router log. You see his personal phone connects to the router. That means before 12:15 and 10 seconds, he was either on the phone or did something or was outside, because at 12:15 he reconnects to the router. Then 12:17, perhaps the last image of Shanann taken in life, metadata confirmed the date and time. Then Mrs. sends him a text message. No, you can't buy the scrolls. LOLC. Dude, the Dead Sea Scrolls are some of the oldest, most important writing in the world. You remember, you guys, when she said she's been, or when her dad reminded her of, oh, you've been to the museum with the folks, you know? And I personally do believe that all this, I believe that she was at the museum, but everything that came after and before that, I don't believe. So, yeah. Then Alexa was triggered of some sort. It's logged in his router log. Then at 1:30, Watts took a photograph of the girls playing in the distance in a backyard near a small pool at the Lindstrom birthday party. So by 1:30, he definitely was at the party. Let's go further. So at 2:46, Ronnie asked Watts if the girls were doing well. Watts said yes. Ronnie responded, okay, we love you guys. Then at 3:14, this is what I mentioned in my last stream. They were saying, or she was saying in her, oh, hold on, let me make this bigger for you guys. She was saying in her interview that they went to the IMAX to watch Jurassic Park, right? So I don't think that's true. I think they met up somewhere else or did something else, because why would he then say, and this is him replying to a deleted text message of hers, nice, that sounds like a good time. I haven't seen an IMAX in a while. Sounds like you're having a fun day with the folks. So, why would he say I haven't seen an IMAX in a while when they were, standing in front of it or were about to go in to an IMAX to watch Jurassic Park? So, therefore, I do believe that they did meet somewhere else or did do something else, because also, wouldn't he be in danger to be seen by someone? I don't think he ever went out with her other than sitting in the park on a bench for 2 hours. Then at 3:56, Shanann asked if the girls had fun at the party. Watts said that they were still there and they were having fun. Shanann replied, "Good, I'm okay. Good, I'm glad. Okay, I love you." Watts did not respond. So by 3:56, we know they were still at the birthday party. Then at 4:07 p.m., he's sending her a message again, replying to a previously deleted one. Been pounding fruit and had a whole jar of asparagus. He didn't smoke any barbecue this time. He did hot dogs, so I did the fruit and veggies. So by 4:07, it's not clear if he still was at the birthday party because he talks in past tense. Then by 4:46, and this is what many people think, that this is the time he got home, but we don't have any Vivint logs, any Vivint data. We just have the Vivint when it synchronizes or does a software update, which happened at 4:46. So he's still not at home, right? His router has not, his phone, none of his phones, neither work phone nor personal phone, have yet connected to the router. All right. Then here, this is what I said in my last live stream in the last marathon when we went through the 12th of August. So at 4:56, Watts searched Google for a volcano Parikuden. I don't know if I spelled that correctly, but he's searching for volcanoes, mountains, and whatnot. Then keep this out of mind. So the 6:44 and the 6:47 is another mix-up of the discovery timeline. So what happens next is the 5:06 p.m. log, not the 6:44 and not the 6:47. And as I told you previously, if you put that in the right order, it all makes, a complete different sense out of the whole discovery. So at 5:06, Watts told Cody Roberts, his co-worker, "I have the whip checks for the Service 629. I'm gonna go straight out there from my house in the morning." So he meant he's going out to the 629s in the morning, not the 319, right? I will look at the 319 as well and run the 1129 if you want. Then he calls Mrs. Rusek for 12 minutes, for nearly 12 minutes. And when Mr. Rusek was asked about, why he did call or did they call or whatnot, he said he FaceTimed the girls and they were eating cold pizza. So I'm assuming that he called them in the morning here. And this could be possible that he called them in the morning because, look, at 12:15, Watts connects back to his router. So sometime before that, Mr. Rusek or Mrs. Rusek might have called him, because we know as soon as he hangs up, his personal phone or work phone or whatever device he's using is reconnecting to the router. So I'm assuming he spoke or FaceTimed or whatnot before 12:15, which would line up with the girls eating cold pizza. Where were we? Here. So Mr. Rusek was asked, what he did at this 5:07 phone call, and he said he wanted to go back to check what time it was, but Mrs. Rusek had deleted that phone call. All right, take it as you wish. Why would you delete a phone call? And why would you delete that phone call? At 5:20, Roberts replied, I was going to head out there first thing tomorrow to check out the 319. Did Troy talk to you about what I had found out there Friday afternoon? Right? So this statement, did Troy talk to you about what I found out there Friday afternoon, makes it clear to me, and item 40, obviously, is his work phone. So all this here, what you see on the right side, is going on his work phone. So this made it clear to me that Cody did not know and wasn't present, as Troy McCoy states, that he was calling him, and then so they met up at the Safeway for the Fire Stick, and then Cody was calling him, and then Chris offered to go out there first thing Monday morning. This never happened. Why did this never happen? Because Cody wouldn't have asked him or said, did Troy tell you about what I found Friday afternoon, referring to the leak. Then at 5:23, Watts answered, yep, I was standing right next to him, LOL. I was giving him a Fire Stick to look at. I can go out there. No sense in both of us going out there, LOL. So what Chris obviously said, yeah, I was standing right next to him. But you guys, co-workers, just imagine you meet up with one of your co-workers and another one calls and tells you about a leak at an oil site. Wouldn't you have some sort of a three-way conversation? So Cody had no clue that Chris was present when he spoke to Troy McCoy. At 5:26, Watts searched Google for the Dead Sea Scrolls. And as we know, he's looking up everything that she tells him, right? This is how we know or can assume what they were talking in previous phone calls or what messages were about, because he's looking up everything on the internet. Oh, and at 5:24, shortly before that, she calls Jim again. Isn't that convenient? Here, 5:23, he texts Cody. All this happens, calling Mrs. Rusek, texting Cody, and then in the middle of all this, she is calling Jimbo, but only always for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and so on and so on. All right, then we're still not at 6:44. We have to go a little bit more down. So at 6:09 then, Roberts responded, all right, sounds good, man. I appreciate it. I think I still have a couple conies left out there. Conies is some sort of tool. I can let you know in the morning, and let me know if you find anything at the 319. If not, we may pressure test that BP line and see if it's leaking underground. Then we go back to the 6:44. And keep in mind, he's still not at home. He still has not connected to the router. He still has not connected to the router when he hung up with Mrs. Rusek or whoever he called on Mrs. Rusek's phone. Right? Still no connection, neither from his work phone nor from his personal phone. All right, at 6:44, a photo was created in his image file documenting the temperature setting in the refrigerator. Then 3 minutes later, a photo of 4 chicken breasts on a barbecue grill was created in his image file. And this is what I was talking about previously when he did, where was it? Here, 10:45. Watts searched Google for Mount Colima. He preserved an image of the volcano spewing lava and smoke. So this is exactly what he did here. Where was it? Here. So he searched Google, right? And then preserved a image of a refrigerator temperature setting and 4 chicken breasts on a barbecue grill in his image file. So he did not take a picture of this. Otherwise, the technician would have stated so. Then at 7:46, Shanann asked, "Hey honey, kids in bed," and asked for pictures. Watts replied, "Bella just back in bed. Shanann noted they must be exhausted. Then something weird happens, right? So Watts resent the images from earlier in the day at the dinner table. He added this image taken later at the birthday party, last known photograph of Bella in life. So instead of sending her new pictures, which they always did, like, they always took pictures even from the baby monitor and preserved it or sent it around to friends. So he did not do that. He resent the old images he already sent to her. Why would he do that? I'm assuming, or, facts speak for that he wasn't at home at 7:46. And I think we proved that. Then at 7:54, Shanann told Watts the power went out during dinner with Cindy and Eddie before the airport. She sent a photograph of the darkened restaurant. She commented on the photograph he just sent. "Great job on Bella's hair." Watts replied, "That sucks." Yeah, she cooperated. Shanann explained, "Really bad dust storm, rain, thunder, and lightning." Shanann said Cindy bought their dinner. Shanann concluded, "Praying it doesn't cancel flight." Eddie's flight was canceled this morning. Then at 8:20, Shanann called Watts and held a 9-minute conversation. So at 8:20, Shanann called Watts and they held a 9-minute conversation. When he hung up the phone, he should have reconnected to his home router, which he didn't. What does that tell us? He wasn't at home. Immediately after this call, she told Watts, "Sorry I bothered you. I just wanted to talk to you." Then and this is very, very interesting. At 8:31, Shanann told Eddie she, quote unquote, can call Chris about Jack. He's up. 8:33, Shanann told Watts, "Thank you for taking good care of the kids this weekend so I can learn and work. I appreciate it." Then this happens. At 8:45, Watts returned a missed call to Eddie and held a 16-minute conversation. Moments later, he told Shanann, "You're welcome. I just talked to Eddie." In their follow-up messages, it is clear Watts offered Eddie mechanical advice on a car. So, 8:45, yeah? Technician states 16 minutes. I think it was probably, 15 minutes and 50 seconds or whatnot. And now look what happens. Exactly when he hangs up the phone with Eddie, even though he spoke to 9 minutes beforehand with Shanann and spoke 12 minutes on the phone with Mrs. Rusek or Mr. Rusek, as it states in the discovery, he did not connect to his home router, right? But here he hangs up with Eddie and immediately after connects to his home router. So either he was on the phone all the time, or he was simply not at home for 5 hours. So where was he for 5 hours, right? At 9 p.m., it's the first time he ever, after the birthday party, reconnects to his home router. So he's at home now. 9 p.m., he's at home. 9:09 p.m., Shanann asked Watts, "What kind of vegetables do you want with dinner tomorrow?" Watts replied, "Green beans." Shanann said she would buy them tomorrow at Costco along with other items. Shanann told Watts she was ready to come home. "I'm ready for bed." Can you not hang up your phone for 9 hours? What do you mean, no? Hanging up your phone for 9 hours? The thing is, he's walking in, right? If he's not on the phone would connect either phone, but none of, I would say, all right, this is some technical stuff going on. If one of his phones would have connected and he had both with him, right? So neither his work phone nor his personal phone connected to the router. This, which is really strange. All right, let's go through this. At 9:13, Shanann sent a message to Addie explaining the accompanying text was what Shanann planned to tell Watts tomorrow night. And we don't need to go through this again. All right. Then at 9:28, the infamous 111-minute phone call occurred. This is when he calls her. And most of the time, he calls her. She does not call him that often. He calls her most of the time. Then obviously, Shanann made an unanswered call to Watts because he was on the phone with his mistress. And then at 9:37, Nate's camera detects motion, headlights captured. And this is what I found like a year ago or so. So at 9:37, you can see here, Unfortunately, we don't have the clips. If he would have clicked on the clips, we would have seen who is coming or going, and it's clearly Watts' driveway. How do I think it's Watts' driveway? Simply because no car is captured driving past Nate's house. We would have seen that in the next clip, which we don't. So what I'm thinking, somebody is backing up at 9:37 and 25 seconds, where you can see motion detected. Something's going on in the Watts driveway. All right. Then at 9:44, he's still on the phone with NK. Shanann told Watts, "Tried calling you to give you an update. Was starting to board, and they announced that our crew isn't here yet, and it's going to be a minimum of an hour before they're here." So, you guys, he did not see this message before they hung up. So her flight being delayed must have come as a surprise to him. And I'm only speculating because I don't know. Maybe he saw the message. You know, you can look at messages during a phone call, but I don't know if he did that. Then at 9:45, Shanann received a calendar alert for her flight. At 9:45, Nate's cam detects another motion, headlights captured. I put in brackets, vehicle arriving or leaving. We don't know. So this was the 9:37. And this is the 9:45. So you can see here, this is the 9:37 right here, motion detected. And this is the 9:45. So something's going on here again. Something's happening in the driveway. And we come to this in a second. So these are all the little clips. I put, it takes her roughly 24 minutes, depending on the hour and traffic. You're traveling from her apartment to Saratoga Trail or vice versa. So it could have been, and I'm just stating this, it could be that she was on her way during that 111-minute phone call. Also, it would line up with her statement that she has given to police that she drove there because she couldn't believe it, what he told her. It's just weird that none of these people can remember anything about the phone calls they made or took. It's really, really weird. Then here again, another synchronization or update at 10:52 and 2 seconds from Vivint. And this again is not a Vivint log, like doors opening or nothing like that. We don't have the Vivint logs. Just excuse me for 1 second. Sorry about that. Let's move on. At 11:08 p.m., Shanann's flight takes off. Before that, she sends a message to Karen Epps, who is working at the kids' school as well. I think she's the principal or a teacher, can't remember, telling her that they will see each other at the kids' school tomorrow. Then at 11:19, the call between NK and CW ends. And as you can see here, as soon as the phone call ends, he's reconnecting. So at 11:19, the call between them ends, and at 11:20, so a minute or something after the phone call ends, he's back home. He basically walks inside his house because he's reconnecting to the router. Then another minute later, or 25 seconds later, Watts finally replied to Shanann, "Holy crap, I passed out on the couch. That's gonna be late." And then you can see 4 minutes later, another set of headlights captured in the Watts driveway. Either leaving, coming, backing in, backing out, we don't know, because Nate does not click on that little motion detection right here. So yeah, a lot of things going on. I would say on the Watts driveway, so she calls him, he calls her, 111-minute phone call occurs, then these mysterious, when he calls her at 9:28. At 9:37, it's the first time, so 12 minutes later, it's the first time the headlights appear. Then at 9:45, another set of headlights appear, or a motion is detected by Nate's cam. And then 5 minutes or 6 minutes after the phone call ends, it's almost like she was in there and is leaving at 11:25, right? And also keep in mind, I'm assuming that they did not know that Shanann's flight was delayed for an hour. And why am I saying this? Let's see. So, are there any questions regarding the 12th of August before we move on to the 13th of August? Anything? You guys have any questions? Anything that's still unclear? Anything? That could be NK going to hide down in the house. Yeah, but somebody was leaving. I don't think that they were staying there all the time. What are the other events which do not say motion events? They appear to be motion events. It's all motion events. Every little clip or every little screen you see are motion events. The thing is just that he did not click on it. So if he did, which I do believe that he still has all the records of his surveillance, we would know, but he doesn't. Simply, probably because also Baumhofer only asked for 3 timestamps. Who is Jack? I don't know who Jack is. None of your business, no clue. You think NK was at Watt's house during the 111-minute phone call? Possibly. Possibly. Yeah, Troy lived 20 to 25 minutes away from Chris. I mean, if you go in the map to the maps, it always, gives you the traffic and the time you might need for getting where you're going at that specific time. So if you check it out at 1:48, it will give you a different time duration for your trip than if you look at, let's say, 1 p.m. or 11 a.m., depending on traffic. All right, then let's go into the 13th. Here I just put some router logs. Something triggered his Alexa at 47 minutes after midnight. Then at 51 minutes after midnight, Shanann's phone connected with the Wi-Fi provided by Southwest Airlines. And then I just put a few of his router logs, and you can see he's going in and out, in and out, in and out. So he's outside. Maybe he calls people which are, don't show up in the discovery. Maybe he calls people, goes back inside the house. We don't know, because the discovery doesn't tell us. All it does tell us is that he was running around, either calling people, being on the phone, or, just going in and out of the house. Then at 1:25, Shanann told Cassie they had landed. This is the last outgoing communication found on Shanann's phone. Then there you go. Why do I believe that they weren't present all the time? Is at 1:30 a.m., a witness observed suspicious white truck in rural area on Highway 52 at Anderson Farm behind CW's house. The witness was never followed up on. So this was Miss Virginia. Miss Virginia's ex-husband or husband is a police officer. She, as far as I know, I was told that she is working night shifts and that she is taking that route to go home. She's living in the area or working in the area. And her observation of that white vehicle made her that suspicious that she called police. So that was 1:30 a.m., exactly 6 minutes from Watt's house. It would have been closer, but there is no road that goes through. So you have to go all the way around to get there. Then at 1:48 and 40 seconds, Shanann's phone. Oh no, here, 1:48. Watt's phone logged the vivid alert of Shanann's entry into their home. And this is the router log of Shanann entering the house. So at 1:48, it matches up. At 1:49, Atkinson is seen leaving the driveway on Nate's cam. At 1:51, Shanann's phone turned off. So at 1:51, activity ceased on her phone. At 2 a.m., after Shanann's phone was turned back on, it was noted that she received an email reminder that her credit card was declined, processing an automated payment for hair products. So, many people believe that she ordered hair products being in bed or whatnot, scrolling through Amazon. That's not true. It was an automated payment. So she subscribed to some sort of website for hair products, and they have once a month a payment or something, and this couldn't get through on her credit card. And that's what it was. Then at 2:01, in a group text, Yudoft, that's Atkinson, told Cassie, "We are at home." And Shanann never read that group message. So whatever happened between 1:48 and 2:01. Because Shanann never read that message. I tend to blank stuff out, especially when the technician does make personal statements or statements that has, in my opinion, no room in the discovery. And this is what the technician states: Shanann's phone activity is otherwise dormant until 7:40 hours, when Watts sent this device a staged message pretending not to know where she was at. So at this time, they couldn't have known if it was a staged message or not. So that's why I blocked this out. In my opinion, totally not relevant. Then at 2:18, the Holmes router logged an unspecified activity in Watts' phone. This cannot be. This is bullcrap. How can a home router log something in a phone? It's not possible. So the phone would log something, right? There's no unspecified activity on CW's phone that the router logged. It should say there was an unspecified activity logged in CW's personal phone. Probably they meant the phone, not router, but activity or whatnot. So at 2:18, something happened in his personal phone, but we don't know what. The technician doesn't go into details. So let's summarize this. Shanann's flight delayed. He's running around a little bit. We see the headlights. Then a witness observed a suspicious white truck in a rural area, caused her enough concern to call the cops or to call in to report some suspicion going on, some weird stuff going on. Shanann comes home, does not see the group text message at 2:01 anymore. So whatever happened between 1:48 and 2:01. Then he's running around a little bit. As you can see beforehand, he's running around, calling people or not, going in and out. That's definite, because he is logging in, logging out to his home router. Please note that at this point, he did not have his work phone on him. Otherwise, we would see his work phone also logging back into the home router. But all we see here is his personal phone. All right, between 1:48 and 4:23 hours, there was no movement detected on the main floor of the home. Vivint. They put Vivint in brackets, but they don't give us the Vivint logs. Nothing. So when you go back to Chris's interview in Wisconsin, somebody, I can't remember who it was, of the agents who was present, but he gives you a accurate, I would say, timeline of when a Vivint alarm occurred. And he states the following: the basement door opened, the motion sensor in the living room or in the front room detected motion, and then the garage door was opened. So I'm gonna be showing you real quick. Gonna share my other screen because we gotta go into detail on this a little bit. Just let me get this real quick on my computer and chat amongst each other. Where is it? I'm gonna be showing you his living room. Maybe I should go get. Oh no, let's I can do it like this as well. I'm gonna show you the, you can see it best here. Oops. It's not working. Give me 1 second, you guys. One millisecond, I have it. All right. All right. You can see this here, yeah? So this is from the house sale. Oops, I didn't mean to. You think NK? Yeah, we already answered that. So, as the agent states, the basement door was opened, then the motion sensor gave some sort of signal, and then the garage door was opened, okay? So now look at this. Basement, we all know where the basement is, over there, right? Somewhere. So basement door opens, then the motion sensor, which is here, gave a signal. It also gave a signal when Shanann came in. They state that as well in the interview. So he says when Shanann came in, the router locked her phone, and immediately when she came in, that little motion sensor right here detected her coming in and sent it to Vivint, right? So let's go through this again. Basement door over there opens at 4:23. Motion sensor, then garage door. Got that? All right. Let me show you another one. It's all a bit slow today. I'm still about this sound problem is still in my head. I'm thinking, oh my God, I hope people can hear me now. All right, this is not a very clear picture, but better than nothing. All right, so here, I cannot zoom anymore. Basement door opens. Then the little motion sensor detects something. And then the garage door is opened. Okay? So what does that tell us? Does that tell us Chris Watts was upstairs? Or does that tell us he came at 4:23 out of the basement? Basement door opens, motion sensor gives signal, and then the garage door is opened. So what do you guys think? Basement door, motion sensor, garage door. 2 people emerge? Yeah, possibly. If Chris was upstairs, yeah, as he states in his totally fabricated, in my opinion, Wisconsin interview, if everything occurred upstairs, he went down the stairs, motion detector, then he goes, gets the garbage bags at 4:23, opens the basement, and then goes into the garage. What's wrong with that? It didn't occur that way. Basement door opened first. If he came downstairs, we would have seen a motion detection first. And that's why Tammy Lee asks him, what did you do in the basement? Why did you open the basement door? Exactly, Mitch. In my opinion, according to the facts and statements, everything happened in the basement. He came out of the basement, triggered the motion sensor, and then went into the garage. And I want nothing more than these Vivint logs. Nothing more. If we had them, and I requested them 3 times and got told it's not in the public's interest. The same with his phone records from his personal phone. It's not in the public's interest. I believe Dave even requested the polygraph, and he got the same response or no response. So what occurred? Based on the facts and based on the data we have, and based on statements, Chris came out of the basement. The motion sensor alerted or triggered to Vivint, and then the garage door was opened. He does not say which one. I'm assuming the door between mudroom and garage was opened, which they call garage door. This is what I believe happened, if it happened. Otherwise, as he stated in his Wisconsin interview, and he came down the stairs, he would have triggered the motion sensor first. So what did he do after that in the basement? It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. So, another thing. I do believe, we don't have any Vivint logs. But if we had, and they have it, law enforcement has it, they can tell you exactly where he was walking around in his house. Exactly where. And if he had prepared lunch and packed the girls' backpacks, we would have seen them in the kitchen somewhere. I don't think he did that. I don't think he prepared anything for the girls because the girls were not in the house anymore. Based on statements, data, and the facts we have. What do you guys think? I believe that everything that occurred that night occurred in the basement. And I do believe that Shanann went down there and they overwhelmed her, killed her, and everything went from there. Because then he cleaned up, or they, or whoever was present, did something in the basement. And then another thing, I do not believe that he was at home. I do believe that he was on his way back in, and he came back into the basement. Why do I believe that? Because he knows, first of all, Nate has a camera in the front. And also, when the cops got the footage, he would have been seen entering or triggering, the garage door, or if he came through the front door, they would have seen him on the doorbell camera footage. So what I do believe, she was taken out the back through the window, and the fences back in the back, they're very low, so no problem. And Dave G last week told us that it wouldn't be a problem, to just back a truck up. The fence is low enough and just shove a body into her truck. Why am I saying her truck? Because she was there. There's no other way around it. No other way around it. So this is what I believe happened. So he went back in through the window in the basement and then entered the house through the basement door to go up. Because nothing else triggered. Nothing else triggered. No basement doors opening before that, and no basement doors opening after that. So the only possible way he could have left that house is through the basement. And as we remember, oftentimes Nate saw him coming and leaving through that little side gate facing his house. He said that in a statement, that he was seeing him coming and going from the side of the house. The Minnie Mouse window has all the answers. I believe Dave G told us that this is a fire escape, so could very well be that, that Minnie Mouse. And, again, when you guys did not see it last week, I have to backpedal from my statement because that image is definitely from the backyard of the Watts. I just didn't realize that it was taken right under Nate's porch, right? And Dave gave us an explanation. They parked the truck or backed up the truck there because there was a new build behind them, so they wouldn't have been, captured or seen by anyone driving up and down the road. So this was a good statement of Dave G. So he does believe that the house, basically the new build house, was blocking the view. So yeah, so this is what I do believe. There is no other alert. And they do, hide that from us for good reason, I believe. That's a good question, Chris. Because we don't have the Vivint, first of all. And second of all, if she went down the basement, probably it alerted. But we don't know that, right? We don't have the data. Or the basement door was open. Because I believe when he came home, the basement door was already open. Right? Open already, none of your business. Right. What is your opinion when it comes to Shanann clothes being changed? I do believe she changed herself and then went on to do her stuff. Makes sense. Just, drop up off the little suitcase on the side, go in, get changed, and then, go downstairs or even upstairs and then downstairs. We don't know. But I think she changed herself. I don't think they changed her. But that's just my opinion, or the way I see it. There was enough time at 1:48, and then whatever occurred between 1:48 and 2:02. So that's 20 minutes. It's enough time. Very much possible, Natalie. Very much possible. He waited for her with NK in the basement because the girls were not in their beds. And this is what I do think that has something to do with them hiding, right? Remember Miss Virginia, when she calls in police saying that is suspicious, a white vehicle is somewhere over there. And I think she called in on Monday and raised her concern, but she was never followed up on. Nobody ever called her back. None of them called her back. And I think that has something to do with it. They then knew that so they basically were there when they thought Shanann would come home, which was an hour earlier, right? So what did they have to do? They had to leave again until she comes home. So they're hiding not far, only a 6-minute short drive from the Watts home, around the corner in the bushes, so to speak. And then when Shanann got home, they just backed up the truck in the back of the house. This is what I think occurred. She ran downstairs in a panic, possible, if she didn't see the girls. Shanann was drugged and taken out the window. The kids were stashed at a friend of NK's. When the police were called Monday, the murders happened when they panicked. It's possible, yeah. NK's friend, SW lookalike was watching the girls. I mean, we can only speculate what happened. I do believe that everything happened on Sunday, according to, what we know so far. Maybe they were somewhere, but I do believe, in my opinion, that the children sadly died on Sunday. Went upstairs to check on the girls, and when they weren't there, she ran downstairs to speak to CW or see if they were with him in the basement. Yeah, that's probably what occurred. Yeah, the step. I mean, she climbed 3 sets of stairs, but then again, we don't know if she climbed any stairs at the airport. This could be 1 or 2. We don't know. We don't know. Right? So let's get back to our timeline. So for better understanding, between 1:48 and 4:23, there was no movement detected on the main floor. So whatever happened in the basement, and they were not upstairs as he claims. Because if there was an argument or something upstairs, they would have told us, there was this and that. She came down the stairs, or he came down the stairs. He prepared the girls' school bags and whatnot. He said he did. It's all bullcrap. Never happened. 4:23. See here again, they basically telling us there's no movement detected on the main floor. So basement door opens, motion sensor goes off, and then the garage door opens. This is the little timeline of when what occurred. All right, then he is taking his work phone, right? And this is where it gets really weird. So his work phone logs in and out of his home router when he supposedly loaded the bodies on the back seat, or the girls alive on the back seat and Shanann on the floorboard. This is the timestamps. 5:39 goes back in. 5:41, yeah, okay, that's just a double up. And at 5:43. So this is his work phone going in and out of the house, connecting to the router. Then this unknown device again connected. And as you guys know by now, or if you had followed me for a while, that this also occurs or happens when he gets home at 2:07. And also, this is not Apple devices, or any device does renew their IP after 12 or 24 hours. So I checked his whole router log, and this is not an IP renewal. This is some sort of device that's locked into the router. We know it's an Apple device because the MAC address gives us the device what it is. All right, then I'm getting into the detailed report on Nate's CCTV. That was all Donsberg. And for that, I want to show you a little bit of Don's footage. So I can go somewhere real quick. Was in an Apple Watch. Yeah, Chica Chicken Head. I don't believe for one second he had help. If he had help, they were the dumbest criminals to ever plan this. You're absolutely right. They probably were. They didn't think that they were captured so quickly. Wasn't an Apple Watch, Natalie. Give me one sec. I want to show you a little bit of Dawn's footage at least. Where you can see some timestamps as well. I mean, we're not gonna watch the whole 45 minutes, but a little bit of it. So you can get a feeling of what Dawn did. What he did was synchronizing the time as it occurs. So he basically logged every single step of Chris Watts. He logged every single time he went into the house, he got out of the house, headlights turning on, headlights turning off, and so on and so on. And I just want to share that with you a little bit. So you get a little bit of a feeling for what occurred. And that's the synchronized one. Stop that screen and share another. We're not going to watch everything, just maybe 5-ish, 10 minutes. And simply to show you Dawn's work and what he did with synchronizing. Oh, I lost my StreamYard. Here you go. Not sure if he has background music. So you see the timestamp down here, right? And this is where how it occurs, where it occurs. And you guys excuse me for 1 second. I am going somewhere real quick. Oh, I do believe, Chica Chicken Head, that people do that all the time, you know? People plan all the time. Why wouldn't she? You know, she wanted to be everything first. She wanted to be his superstar. She wanted to get married. She wanted to marry him. She showed up. She told police things that nobody could have known. She gave bombshell information, right? The thing was, she got cold feet or was scared that, you know, she was being caught with her involvement. Because I do believe that she has a lot to do with this. Was she a catalyst? Of course. But they did not look into her. They didn't. They didn't look in detail. They brushed everything under the rug. Everything. She couldn't have stood by him. She couldn't have, because that would made her, you know, she knew that was a lie. Why would she sell her truck? Why would she go there? Why would she ping? Why would she text him all the time on Monday? Why would she need proof that he's out at the oil site? It's all these little things. And if you connect the dots, you will see that this woman has everything to do with this. Everything. And I don't care what anybody else thinks about her. You cannot deny the facts. And some people do compare her to Amber Frey, which I find is a disgrace. Amber Frey came forward. She came forward. And she spoke to the public. What does NK do? If I'm so innocent, why do I delete text messages? Why do I look up can cops trace text messages? Did Amber Frey do that? No, she didn't. She didn't. These are facts you cannot deny. Jezebel. So this is the synchronized footage Dawn did. And we're gonna go into the details because he's detailing every step of Chris. She's guilty of something. Exactly. Amber was not a liar. Why would, or how can, you know, the difference between text message content and text message detail? Then freaking out when Kobach asks her, why did you ask him for proof that he was on site? Why would he send her the picture of his work laptop on that day? Why? It makes no sense. I know many people try to debunk that, you know, her involvement of any kind. No. She was involved in this. And that's my personal opinion, that she was involved in this more than she lets on. Way more than she lets on. She was dominant, right? Manipulating. And Chris always did what women told him to do. That's true. Anyways, so this is Dawn's footage. Catherine is working with that footage recently. And yeah, it was just to show you that he synchronized it. It's still uploaded on his channel. All right. Yeah, I think, nobody can prove that she wasn't there or that she wasn't involved more than she lets on. And this is the thing. Many can prove, or the data or the facts speak for her involvement. Right? But it's not easy to disprove that she wasn't involved. In my opinion, of course. All right. So this was Dawn's footage, and he put out a detailed report. He says there is no public footage prior to 5/14/29, so we don't see CW unlocking the truck door by remote, the flashing of directional lights, and him jumping in. And Tumbleweed just mentioned the red car. And I gotta go back and show you something else. If I find it real quick, but we have time, don't we? You guys don't need to go to bed. So I'm just gonna look for it right now. It's on my channel regarding that red car. That's a total light reflection. But I can show it to you real quick, and then you can see for yourself. Where do I have that freaking red car? I made a little video about it a few months ago. Just have to find it, so bear with me a second. Many people do believe there was a red car. I don't believe it, simply because it's a light reflection. Oh, that's the big one. Give me 1 second. I'm scrolling through over 100 videos. I should have prepared myself better, but I didn't plan on showing you the red car. It's simply because Tumbleweed brought that up. A little red car. Here it is. I'm not gonna go through everything, but does it even have sound? Probably not. All right. I'm gonna show that to you. And then it might be clearer. It was not Betty's car. No, I don't think so. Oh, it was not Betty's car? Yes, it was Betty's car. And I'll show you right now. I called it the red car illusion. All right, you see here? This is NA. Oops, sorry. This is NA, right? When she backs out of the driveway, Chris's truck appears red. Hold on. Here, right? It appears red. Let's go further. As we see here, the light on the wall to the garage is this one. This is the light on. This is the light off. This is the light on. All right. This here, next to the light, you got to take into consideration the angle of Nate's camera is goes like this, right? So here you have the light, and here you have Betty's bush. Okay? Same here. Betty's bush. The camera angle goes from here to here. It's not a straight view, because you have that most hated tree in the world in the way. So this is Betty's bush. You can even see the that pipe thingy on Betty's wall going down. What's the name for this? I don't know the English word for what is that? We call it rain pipes. Right? So Betty's bush, Betty's rain pipe, where the rainwater goes in, and Chris Watts's light here. Yeah? Same here. It's identical. Betty's bush, that little rain thingy, downspout, drain pipe, gutter. Okay. Okay. Got it? Good. Let's move on. Gutter. Here I put it and I forgot the word. Here I circled it again for you. That's the same view as here on Nate's camera. Okay? Part of Betty's house. So then we get to the area and Steeple Rock Drive. So this is the Watts house, obviously. This is Betty's house. This is Steeple Rock Drive, facing the Watts house. So this is the drive that goes straight through Betty's house. Here again, Steeple Rock Drive, Saratoga Trail. This is the Watts house. This is Betty's house. Betty's garage is right here. Here. Okay? Let's go further. I put a little green car. That does not mean Betty had a green car. Okay? So Betty's garage doors are facing left. That's why it appears Betty is turning left when she actually is not. She just turned her headlights on or started her car to get out of her garage. And this is why you see Betty's light reflection over there at that house. You see that on Nate's camera, her light reflection. It appears only for a few seconds, but it does appear. Yeah. So this is why people think Betty turned left, but she actually didn't. She got out of her driveway and her headlights or rear lights, doesn't matter, reflected in the windows of that house, which you see on the footage. So Betty's headlights driving out of the garage right here. You see that? She's driving out of her garage, headlights mirror or give a reflection on the opposite side of the house. Okay, so far? Let's go further. You can rewatch that. It's on my channel and it's called The Red Car Illusion, NK Parking on the Gravel. So after this, Betty turns slightly to the right and then goes on left. So Betty going out of her driving out of her garage, her lights reflect as she turned here, which you can see on Nate's footage. And then She turns slightly right and then left up Steeple Rock. Alrighty? Okay. Then we see it here even clearer. This is CW's headlights right here. His front headlights. And as Betty drives out of her driveway, her headlights go straight on. As she turns into Steeple Rock Drive. This is Chris. Oops, here. This is Chris. And, here you go. Pause it, Dumbo. And this is Betty. It goes really quick in the original footage, so you gotta put your put it on a slow. All right, now let's watch the original footage. Come on, zoom in. Goes really quick, so concentrate on the left top corner. Or did I slow it down? I can't remember. So his headlights turn on at some point. Come on, where is it? Here. This is Betty. Betty's headlights reflecting. You can always go back and watch it. Now his headlights turn on. There you go. Right here. And now watch this. Betty's bush, her house, bush is here. This is the gravel right here. So there's no car. And everything other than that is behind Betty's house. This is Betty's house. All right. This is the gravel. Betty gets out of her driveway. Here. Out of her driveway. Here you go. And drives off. Did you see it? I hope you saw it. So everything that occurs behind that bush, that tells us there is no car here. The gravel is right here. So if that would have been a red car, it would have shown up right here in front of that bush, but it doesn't. It shows behind that bush. So it came out of Betty's. It's Betty's car. And then he's backing into his driveway. Oh, I did a day-night overlay as well. You can watch this overlay day and night if you're interested. So what I did here is I used the footage at when he's leaving, when it's a little bit lighter outside, so the sun is up, and then compared it to when he was just coming out or sitting in his truck, and did an overlay. So this is why you see everything so clear. Now watch Betty's bush right here. Watch this. Headlights come on. I'm sorry if that probably bores you to death, but it needs to be shown. Because that red car stuff, that gets on my nerves for a long time. See? Everything occurs behind that bush. This is where the car is going. And then he backs up. So Betty is leaving, and then he backs up his truck. There you go. Did I do something else? No. Here, just remember the reflection of real lights makes Chris Watts's truck appear red. So we would have seen that red car on the gravel, as I showed to you. This is the gravel, and here's Nate's cam. So we would have seen that red car parked on the gravel in order to, shoot out. So that red car is hopefully history. Any questions to that? No problem, you're welcome. So who's a hater? We have no haters here. You're free to state your opinion, but if you push your opinion and don't come with facts to prove, then it won't be heard. Sorry. All right. Let's get back into the timeline. So, as I said, this is the detailed report. I'm not going into all the details, obviously, but this is what he does. So, as you can see here, this is all Don's work. He did an exact timeline of events, even with seconds, down to the second, of what Chris Watts did. So at 5:17:25, he switched on the side lights while sitting in the truck. 5:17:39, a female exits the house. 5:17:54, a female goes near the truck driver's door. 5:18:02, CW starts the engine, turns the headlights on, turns the headlights off after the truck stops in the driveway. That's 5:18:32. And this all lines up with his geotab. So this all lines up with his geotab. Everything he did here. Then he does exit and enter the house 1, 2, 3, I believe 13 times. What did Rourke say? Chris Watts entered the house 3 times and, went back to the truck 3 times because it was 3 bodies which is total bullshit. Don't let them bullshit you. They just go according to their narrative, which is what I learned normal in Colorado. They're not very investigative. They just give plea deals out. Then you have here, as I told you before, at 5:25, the unknown Apple device. And then here at 5:39, he enters the house briefly for the 5th time, then exits for the 5th time. So he basically goes in and out. And then here you see he has his work phone with him, because as he goes in, he connects right away to his home router. And then it goes further. The gas can dance, I believe, as Catherine calls it. Then here as well. What I don't understand is why he doesn't have his personal phone. His personal phone must be either in his truck or in somebody else's truck, in my opinion. Because as we know, his personal phone or his work phone, I can't remember, but we get to it, does not connect to the area of Survey before 9 something a.m. So as you can see, his work phone connects back. So for the 6th and 7th time, he doesn't take his work phone with him. For the 8th time, he does take it and connects back. Then he still has it on him for the 9th time, and then doesn't have it on him anymore. At 5:49 and 17 seconds, he leaves his driveway. Oh, and Baumhofer also states that he was never seen in leaving the driveway, but we did see him leaving. So that is at Survey, the narrative. The following is what the DA, with their discovery, tells us happened. They want you to believe CW premeditated a crime by altering the data and timeline. In red, I will show you what really went on, and you might get a different picture of this case. All right, that's a bit of a mix-up. Okay, the difference between iCalls and iMessages and stuff like that, I think I don't have to explain anymore. At 6:16, so explain that. She pings in Frederick. People saying she just went there because she was nosy, because she knew Shanann went home. No, I don't believe that. We have witnesses that saw her truck circling the area. That's all I'm saying. And here again, only for 1 minute. Isn't that stupid? I mean, if you go there or are being there overnight or whatever you did, why would you call Jim pinging in Frederick? Makes no sense. 6:16 a.m. for the people in the back. 6:16 a.m. She pings in Frederick. Sorry, not Frederick. Frederick. She just pings there, and this is evidence you cannot deny or explain away. It is what it is, right? Exactly, boom. Then 6:29, within a minute, Watts made 3 unanswered calls to Roberts. Obviously to see if he goes out there, Survey 319, right? So I have a question for you guys. If everything occurred as he told us occurred, like, he put Shanann on the floorboard and the kids in the back of the truck, and he didn't know what to do, and he didn't know what to do, and he didn't know what to do, right? This is what he says. Why would he call somebody while being in his work truck with the kids in the back seat? Don't you think? What would he have done if Bella had said something? Or if Cece had said something? What would he have done if Cody heard the girls saying something? Do you guys really believe he would be that stupid to put the girls in the truck and then drive with them all the way out to Cervi? Exactly, Mitch. They weren't in the back seat. Not only does Geotab prove they weren't in the back seat, it's also the circumstances, in my opinion. Right? What if Bella had said, Daddy, she said it stinks or it smells, he states. What if Cody had heard that? No, they weren't in the freaking car. They weren't in the freaking truck. As proven by Geotab. So, then Cody says he doesn't pick up because all calls are registered by Geotab, obviously. Then a minute later, he sends him a message asking him, where you at? An iMessage, that is. 6:32, Roberts replied, just got fuel in Kersey. And we remember here at 5:46, 21 seconds, he's leaving his driveway. So while all this is going on, he's on his way. Then at 6:32, he made another unanswered call to Roberts. A minute later, Watts responded with 2 messages to Roberts. Okay, I'm in Cervi. Where are you going first? At 6:33, I'm in Cervi. Where are you going first? And we all know that when did he arrive at Cervi? Let me have a little look. 6:53. So he's telling Roberts 20 minutes earlier that he already is in Cervi, right? And this is where my other discovery comes into place. Let me just look for it real quick. Because he circled the area a little bit. Where did I put this? Was it this one? $194. We have a load to do, you guys. Here. So at 6:33, he tells Roberts that he is at Cervi. But we all know that he didn't stop his truck until 6:53 when he actually was at Cervi, right? So now look at this. This gives you, this is his Geotab from Anadarko. Greenish, yellowish is Chris. And blue, purpley blue is McCoy. So Chris is yellow-greenish. So see what he does. We know we have detailed geotab information for the survey 1029, the site he went after the 319 together with McCoy and Parrish and Chad McNeil. What we don't have data of is this, right? So he went out somewhere. He went out somewhere, and here is that dump site, 1129. This is where they hold all kinds of containers, shipping containers are there, old equipment. I don't even know if that site still exists. I think it does. I'm not sure though. So he's circling the area of 1129. And this is what I believe he went when he said to Cody, I'm at Survey. He doesn't give a site. He doesn't say I'm at 629, I'm at 1129, I'm at 1029, I'm at 319. He just tells him 20 minutes before he arrives at Survey 319, he tells him that I'm at Survey. So did he circle around here for 20 minutes? Because this little thing you can see here, this little yellow greenish line where you can even see the arrows in what direction he's going and circling around and goes back. We don't have any data for this. So in my opinion, I do believe that he circled this area before he went to 319. Therefore, he's telling Roberts at 6:33, I'm at Survey. These are all Survey sites, right? It's like a 10-minute, 12-minute drive from one site to another. What did I put here? Oh yeah, this is Chris Watts and Troy McCoy in purple. We're getting to this in detail, but I just wanted to show you like right away what I believe happened. So 6:33, he responded with 2 messages to Roberts. Okay, I'm in Survey. Where are you going first? Roberts answered DPC State, and Watts replied with a thumbs up emoji. At 6:35, Roberts advised, I need to call Chad and see if he plans on still stroking the 1029 out there to see if I'll pump up. If it will pump up. If so, I'll have to meet him, or he will have to get the Canon plugs from Tony, okay? Watts responded, okay, let me know before I leave here. Let me know before I leave here. Okay, at 6:35, still almost 20 minutes before he even got out to Survey 319, right? Let me know before I leave here. Some of you might say, yeah, he just wanted to throw him off, probably, telling him I'm already at Survey and let me know before I leave here to throw him off. No, I do believe that he was, and that's, like I said, we don't have any proof, we don't have any data for this specific little yellow line we see, but I do believe that he circled that area before he went to 319. Maybe they, put something there. Maybe they, I don't know, none of your business. I say circling because he didn't stop. At least we don't have any data for it. So we cannot say for a fact that he did stop at the 1129, that dump site. We simply don't have it. Could be that he stopped there beforehand. All we have is the data from 319 and 1029. What he did in between, and we get to that because I have some other discoveries in that timeline of ours, so it will all become pretty clear. All right, so let me know before I leave here. Makes me think, his statement just makes me think that he already was out there 20 minutes before. But again, we don't have the data, we don't have the geotab of before his arrival. 6:38, Roberts added, I think he, Chad, might be heading out there today. Phone was breaking up pretty bad. 6:39, what did I block out? Likely fearing another employee may show up at 3:19 while he was disposing of the bodies. Yeah. Likely is not proven. Yeah. Likely and I think, I believe is all us saying we do believe this and that, right? It's not a fact. It's not proven. So I blocked it out. Watts made an unanswered call to Chad McNeil. 6:41. Watts is still not at the site 319. Watts followed that call with a message asking McNeil, you headed out to Survey? I'm out here. Cody said something about pumping the 1029. So, according to his geotab, his final destination, I would call it, at 319, still not there. 6:41, he even tells McNeil that he's out here. 6:43, McNeil replied, well, since you're out there, you want to fire it up? Have Cody bring his cables. 6:44, still not out there. Watts agreed. Okay, I will. McNeil advised, I'll head that way in a bit. And here you can see his geotab. He arrives at 6:53 and 57 seconds at Survey UPRC 319. So all of this occurred, them others telling, I'm out here, I'm here, I'm here. Then we see that little yellow greenish line. And finally, 10 minutes after the last conversation with McNeil, he arrives at Survey 319. Then 6:59, Roberts told Watts, I guess I'm headed out that way to start up the 1029 and Chad will be meeting out there. Watts replied, okay. Then this occurs. And I asked Ronnie if he would ask Chris what photograph he sent to NK that morning, because Kobach states, but he doesn't clearly state, he just states, well, you send him a picture or he sent you a picture or an image to prove to you he was on site. And then she freaks out saying, I wanted proof that he was at work. Either way, Miss NK, why would you need proof that he was at work or on site? Makes no sense. Right? Hi, Sky Black. So, he took a photograph of his laptop screen, presumably sitting in his truck at 7:18. The metadata confirms Watts was at the Survey coordinates. The image is apparently only in thumbnail format. Enlarging, it blurs out the writing on the laptop screen. And this comes from a technician, you guys. This comes from a technician. A thumbnail format enlarging it would blur it out. So, to that picture, as you can see, item 41. This is the only picture he is taking with his personal phone at 7:18. The whole morning, we did not see his personal phone connecting in and out of the router when he went in and out of the house that morning, right? The only thing we did see connect and reconnect was his work phone. We have so many messed up timeline errors in that discovery, as I'm going to prove you, that I highly doubt that he even took this picture with his personal phone. Then again, taking a picture of the laptop screen, as we know, whenever a leak occurs, and Troy McCoy goes into that detail quite a bit, they get the oil levels on their work computer in the mornings, especially when a leak is there or something wrong with the site or the batteries. Why would he send a work-related or take a picture work-related with his personal phone had he always, up until 9 something, used his work phone for doing that stuff? And this is what I don't get. Why would he send this to NK? And this was the photograph he sent to NK. This is what I asked Ronnie to ask Chris. And he came back with, he sent her that picture. May, I'm absolutely not going to do that. No way. No way. Okay, we haven't seen this picture. This is the only thing that, what did I do here? That is connecting CW's personal phone to Survey 319 at this point. So what is better than, going according to the narrative? And we've seen so many errors in that timeline that makes me think, maybe this didn't even occur, not with his personal phone. Then the technician is over-explaining. So the metadata confirms that he was at Survey coordinates. Why does the technician not give us the coordinates as he does, at other times or other timestamps? He does. He gives us the metadata. He gives us the image. He gives us the coordinates, so we can be sure he was out there at Survey 319 with his personal phone. But with this image, nothing is given. Then at 7:40, Watts sent the staged message to Shanann's phone. If you take the kids somewhere, please let me know where they are at. All right, you see that here? This is a clusterfuck right here. Here you can see that they mixed everything up. So he took this picture with his personal phone, but sent the staged message to Shanann with his work phone. Are you kidding me? He never sent a message to Shanann with his work phone, you guys. Never. And this is the reason why I do question the whole discovery timeline. He never sent a staged message with his work phone. And you guys, I'm not making this stuff up. You go back and read that for yourself in the discovery. It's still there. Totally messed up. Then Watts made a 2.5-minute call to Troy McCoy with his work phone, which is true. At 7:40, for 3 minutes, he calls Troy McCoy. Oh, I even put it here. You see, Troy McCoy explains in his interview that they get oil levels of tanks on their work computers when there is a leak to establish how dangerous it would be working on the leak or tank. Why would CW take a picture of his work laptop with his personal phone? So this makes me question everything. Especially then after that, it occurs right after that. So this is a given that this was played with or altered or edited or whatnot. You don't make these errors, are you? So this message never occurred. 7:41. Roberts told Watts, I'm here at the 1029 now. You mind coming out there just in case something gets sideways? 7:43. Watts told Roberts, yeah, I'm at the 319 1 second. Watts then took this picture with his work phone. Why wouldn't he take the picture of the oil levels on his work computer with his work phone, right? All right, he took this picture. 7:43. Watts called Luke Apple, a co-worker, and held a 1-minute 45-second conversation. Also evident in his work phone logs. It's true, he calls him for 2 minutes. 7:43. Roberts asked Watts, 10:04, how's it look? Watts replied, fresh LOL. 7:47. McNeil called Watts and held a 2-minute conversation. 7:51. Roberts asked, is it a lot? Watts responded by sending the image he took minutes earlier. This one. This image. $7.55. Roberts asked, want me to bring some Gator? We can try and pressure test the line too, if you want. Watts replied, I got it handled. Thanks, though. At 8:25, Watts made a staged 23-second call to Shanann's phone. Here again. Item number 40, work phone. But this call never occurred in his work phone logs. It doesn't. So why would the technician put again item number 40? Makes no sense. No outgoing call to Shanann on work phone. Wrong timeline entry. As you can see, it's totally effed up, isn't it? Do you guys need a break? Because I would love to get me some coffee. Bye, Bella. Belle. Bell. No, we're not going through the discovery page by page, May. We're going through the timeline. Because I'm doing this because so many new things occurred. And we know now so many new things. So this is why I'm doing it. And also for the many, many new people who approached me and recently joined my channel. Alrighty, everybody's craving for a good night, Rebecca. Thanks for popping in. Everybody's craving for a little coffee break, and I can give you some music. I think that's nice. It's new. It's background music, and I never saw that before on StreamYard. All right, you guys, I would say we meet back in like 5 or 10 minutes. I'm just making coffee real quick. All righty. See you in a minute.
I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gonna feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing, so cold. Behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be my feelings, I'ma be fine. Need time and I'll still be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon.
Now, let's resume. Did everyone have their cigarette and their coffee? I'm having my coffee right next to me. Welcome, Foxy Lady. Please send out Foxy Lady a warm welcome and welcome her as a moderator to the Red X family. Welcome, Foxy. I have good taste in music. Ah, thank you. What a nice thing to say. It's not, oh, I gotta get rid of that banner. There you go. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. No, so we can all have a break, a little cigarette break and a little coffee break. All right, you guys ready to go ahead with this? I'm going to share my screen again. Yeah, as you can see, most of the stuff in the timeline was messed up. What did I put here? You got to also keep in mind this is older, like what we did months ago, last year, and I'm just adding what we know now as I go along. All right, where was I? Oh, 8:25. So he never made that staged call with his work phone. Item 40. Never occurred. And his phone logs from his work phone are the only phone logs we have from him. We don't have his personal phone. All right. Then I put that phone call to the school in because this is when it occurred. So Lang is obviously a school teacher or the principal of Primrose. Hold on, let me make this bigger for you guys. Working for the Primrose School, obviously. And this is all taken from the discovery, okay? Lang then brought in Kerry Wood, the director of the school. Wood said Shanann's mother called between 8 and 8:30 to ask if the girls were in school. So now, if you go back to, you're very welcome, Foxy Lady. If you go back to NA's, is this work phone? What do you mean, no? We do have his logs from his work phone, but not from his personal phone, unfortunately. If you go back to NA's interview, she states that obviously Cassie is the true hero before NA, right? Because she's urging NA to check out where Shanann is because she couldn't get a hold of her. So she also states that she didn't want to worry Shanann's mom. So what she did, she called Shanann's mom asking for the code of the garage as they, were there, and code for the garage or the front door. I can't remember. Just go back to NA's interview and re-listen. So one of them two codes she's asking for. Because her mom and her dad, they obviously lived with them, so they would know the code. What I don't get is Shanann, NA was watching Dieter, right? When they were for a week together in North Carolina. So when Chris joined her in North Carolina, why would she not know the code? Is weird to me. So she must have known the code, and she must have known that the garage keypad is broken because that was broken for a long time. So this is something that makes me, I'm sorry to say, this might be an unpopular opinion, but this makes me kind of suspicious of NA. like not in as, having anything to do with the murders, but, it's just some behavior and some stuff she did that is not clear to me at all, because, why asking for the key code if you were there literally for a week to watch the dog? You know the key code. You just know it. All right. So she wouldn't want to worry her mom. And she states in her interview that she called her mom before she called police. The key code story would add up if she called Shanann's mom at around 12:40, 12:47, or 12:37 or whatnot, because this is when Chris saw her on the doorbell camera and told her to stop messing with the door. Right? So let's just theorize, she didn't know the key code, called Shanann's mom, then tried to enter the front door, which she did, but the latch prevented her from going in. Right? But we get to that. Anyways, she states that she didn't call Shanann's mom because she didn't want to worry her. She called her anyway, and then she called police. Her 911 call, or the welfare check call, went in or was registered at, I believe, 1:36 or 1:33. So she did call Shanann's mom sometime around 12-ish, 12:40-ish, when she needed that key code. Anyways, she also states in her interview that Shanann's mom did not know anything about anything, and then adds she did not want to worry her. So who the actual F called the school between 8 and 8:30 if Shanann's mom did not know anything about anything? Did somebody else call and saying I'm Shanann's mom? Or did Shanann's mom call Colorado time between 8 and 8:30? Totally up to you what you believe. I just can tell you that it does not make any sense at all. 8:26. What searched the internet for the Primrose School of Erie at Vista Ridge? Seconds later, he called the school and held a 1-minute conversation. 1 minute. 1-minute conversation. He has to Google the Primrose School. And here again, do you notice something? He does that with his work phone. The call to the school never occurred with his work phone. Also misleading, right? Lang said that between 8 hours and 8:15 hours, Shannon Meyer received a phone call from the girl's father, Chris Watts, stating they would not be attending the school. Lang said that Chris then asked Meyer if the girls were at school. Lang said that Meyer was freaked out by the phone call and later reported it to the police. Then Chris gets questioned, and these are the transcripts of his Interview, when he was asked about the Primrose School. Question, tell me about the call to your daycare. Answer, to Primrose? I called them to see if the girls were there. They said they weren't there. Keep in mind, that was before his quote-unquote confession. Question, okay. Answer, I told them, since they weren't there, to put them back on the waiting list. Question, that's not what you told them. Answer, I told them that we were gonna sell the house, put it on the market. We probably won't be in the area anymore. Question, that's two different things, Chris. Answer, well, I want them to be back I put them on the waiting list as they weren't there. Question, why weren't they there? Answer, I don't know. Question, where were they gonna go? Answer, Shanann took them to a friend's house. Everybody knew that school started that Monday. So, took them to a friend's house? Bullshit. Question, why wouldn't they go to the daycare? Answer, I'm not sure. I honestly, sir, I am not sure. Question, it's hard for me as a father to talk to you like this. Answer, Question, not because it's hard issue to talk about. It's because I'm worried about your daughters under your care. Answer, you shouldn't have to worry about them under my care. Question, okay. Then between 8 and 8:30, according to their statement, as we don't see any geotab of them, Melissa Parrish and Chad McNeil arrive at Surrey 319. All right, so these are the texts that occurred in the morning. I put them in the timeline there to see what Cassie actually did and say. Okay, at 8:43, NA texts Shanann, how are you? At 8:51, McCoy arrived at Surrey 319. At 8:55, NA texts Shanann, just wanted to see if you were okay. I know you, this is too big. I know you were hurting a lot last night. Hope you're okay. Then at 9 a.m. Colorado time, Cassie texts Shanann asking how she is. No, how she's doing. No reply. 9:21, NA texts Shanann, let me know how your appointment goes. 9:21. She is asking how her appointment goes. 9:30, CW left Surrey 319 to go over to the 1029. 9:31, McCoy left for Surrey 319. I can't even speak anymore. 9:38, CW arrived at Surrey 1029, and 9:42, McCoy arrived at Surrey 1029. At 10:03, Cassie texts Shanann that she is worried and got no reply. Then at 10:06, the Women's Health Clinic in Erie called Shanann's phone and left a message. I confirmed the calling number listed to this clinic. Item 42, that's Shanann's phone. So as you can see here, nothing happened. Nothing happened until 10:03 when Cassie texts Shanann that she's worried. So Cassie and NA obviously talked to each other via messages, right? But it's not like Cassie told her in the morning. So she told her sometime around 10-ish or maybe a little bit earlier. Then note, with arriving at 10:29, CW starts using his personal phone, item 41, instead of his work phone, item 40, all of a sudden, for calls, searches, messages, pictures, everything. So as soon as he arrives at the 10:29, he does not use his work phone anymore. He starts using his personal phone. Keep that in mind for later. It's important. Or make a note. 10 after 10. Following the murder of his family and disposing of their bodies as a desolate well site, what search Google for the lyrics to Battery? This again, I should have blocked out because at this point in time, they didn't know, right? They didn't investigate anything. But I'm gonna be reading to you the lyrics actually. Lashing out the action, returning the reaction. Weak are ripped and torn away, hypnotizing power, crushing all the cower. Battery is here to stay. Smashing through the boundaries, lunacy has found me, cannot stop the battery. Pounding out aggression turns into obsession, cannot kill the battery, cannot kill the family. Battery is found in me. Crushing all deceivers, mashing non-believers, never-ending potency, hungry, violent seeker, feeding off the weaker, breeding on insanity. Smashing through the boundaries, lunacy has found me, cannot stop the battery, pounding out aggression, turns into obsession, cannot kill the battery, cannot kill the family. Battery is found in me. Battery, battery. Circle of destruction, hammer comes crushing, powerhouse of energy, whipping up a fury, dominating flurry, we create the battery. Smashing through the boundaries, lunacy has found me, cannot stop the battery, pounding out aggression turns into obsession, cannot kill the battery, cannot kill the family. Battery is found in me, battery. If you search for the lyrics and their meaning, so the band Metallica actually says that, you know, everyone can. It was written because of some pub in San Francisco. But it doesn't have any meaning. It has the meaning, you know, basically that suits you, right? I do think that it is not a coincidence that NK was asking for the lyrics of Battery. So he looked that up. What does that tell us? That they probably were in contact at around 10, you know. As he says, I want to know where all the messages are gone. She sent me in the morning, Monday. So the technician does not give us anything during that time. You know, that's also one thing. He is saying she's texting me all morning, you know, all the time. She's texting me like a crazy person. But why do we not see anything incoming on his phone? We all know that he did not delete her text messages. She wanted him to delete everything, but he didn't. He states that, and I do believe that. So anyways, the technician does not give us anything that he saw coming from NK in his phone. Why does he not do that? Simply because they want her out of the picture, so no suspicion is gonna go over to NK that she had anything to do with him, with this, and that she didn't text him and nothing. So they just basically left it out. But we know from her interview or his interview that she was asking him for the Battery lyrics. And I do not believe that this is a coincidence. I do not believe that this is a coincidence, that she's asking for those lyrics. Right? And then I also found something interesting I'm going to show you in a second. So this is survey 1029, and this is the exact location according to the location, the GPS where Chris Watts was parked, right here. Remember, at the 319, he was parked like right at the wellhead, and Troy McCoy squeezed in afterwards. Right? Okay, so Watts has proven a keen interest in song lyrics. He is no doubt familiar with the song's lyrics. He attended the Metallica concert held in Denver on June the 7th, 2017. I recognized the photographs he took at the concert and stored in his phone at that date. I was there. So the technician was there. So what's interesting is he's attending that Metallica concert in 2017, only 2 months before NK searched for him on the internet. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Elsie, it isn't necessarily about killing a family, even though the lyrics are quite, weird and suggest that killing the family and stuff, right? But that song, I think he looked up and listened to because it gave him some sort of power, right? We all know, like, if you listen to a specific song, depending on what mood you're in, it makes you like thinking about things. Some songs make you sad, or you lost somebody and then you tend to listen to sad songs. And if you need power and motivation, you listen to stuff like that. I think it empowered him of some sort. So he attended that concert 2 months before NK searched for him. This could also be an indicator that, she liked Metallica, he liked Metallica. Maybe she saw him there. Okay, who knows? Then at 10:28, keep in mind, NA said Mrs. Rusek didn't know anything about anything, but she called police anyway. Right? And we know that NA just texted her, "Are you all right? I know you're not feeling, you were hurt," and stuff like that, right? Just keep that in mind. So, 10:28. Sandy Rusek, Shanann's mother, asked Watts, "Is Shanann okay?" Watts made an unanswered call to Rusek. She called him back and held a 1-minute conversation. 10:33 to 10:41. So 4 minutes after he spoke to Sandy, he searched the internet for hotels in Aspen. Sorry. So we know that he was supposed to go to a weekend away with Shanann the following weekend. So he's searching the internet for hotels in Aspen. 10:42, a minute after, he calls the Westin Snowmass Resort and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. Who in their right mind? I gotta ask you guys. Let's say something happened, something bad happens. And that person who died did book a holiday. And you just learned, your family is gone, or that your family is gone, or whatnot. Why the hell would you look up the hotel that deceased person booked and call them? Would the booking cancellation be the first thing that's on your mind? Natalie, very good point. CW canceled everything because they had no money without thinking. So what does that tell you guys? What was in his head at that point in time? He's getting pushed by that song, in my opinion. And then he's looking up that hotel because what is on his mind? Money. Money. Exactly, Mary. Money. What he's doing right now is damage control. We know all the bills were due. The mortgage was due 3 months behind. Credit card payments were due. They had like $1,500, $2,000 in their accounts. Then he had to pay like $2,000 childcare that Monday. Then the insurance for her Lexus was due, and so on and so on and so on. So what did he have on his mind? Money. What do you think was a big catalyst for all this going down? In my opinion, money. Big, massive motive. Yeah, she did spend them, she did spend them into the ground. It's obvious. Okay. So he does that. He calls them. Then 2 timeline entries are missing. So it goes from calling the resort, timeline entry 7825, to going over to 7828. So he did 2 things, or 2 timeline entries are missing in between. So from 10:42 to 10:44, this is 2 minutes. So Sandra calls him briefly as soon as he hangs up with the Aspen Resort. 10:45. What searched the internet for Groupon to include the company's contact information? Whatever that means. Include the company. What company? Maybe to include the Aspen Hotel's contact information? And then again, he calls Sandy and held a 1 minute, 12-second conversation. They both overspend. Absolutely. I wonder how he could convince his friend Troy to be involved with the murders. That amazes me. I think he ratted him out. I don't think his statement with "you can hide things in there." You guys know how he talks, right? He's doing the big, big mouth kind. This is how I picture him, having a big mouth, making fun, making, some jokes from time to time. And I do believe that, you know, I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know this guy. We don't know so much about him, other than, what he states and what he says and his tone of voice and stuff like that. So maybe he just suggested without knowing. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, but this little timeline is weird. So Shanann calls him, then he's searching internet for the hotel. Then a minute later, he is calling the hotel. Then Sandra calls him. Then he's searching for Groupon. Then he calls Sandra. So after 10:51, Meyer, this is another screenshot of the discovery. Meyer said that Shanann's mother called back around 11:30. Right? So right after he called her. 12-minute conversation. This would make 11:03 or 4. And this is when Shanann's mom called the school again and spoke with her. Maya said that Shanann's mother said that she was Shanann's mom and that everything was fine and not to tell anyone that she called. She said, "Don't tell anyone that I called and excuse me for caring. Don't worry about anything." Maya said that she told Shanann's mom that she was glad everything was okay and that she was glad that they were able to talk to Shanann. And Shanann's mother was hurried and hung up. What does this tell you? This tells me that Mrs. Rusek obviously told Meyer, a school teacher or secretary or what she is, that they got a hold of Shanann. But this doesn't make any sense. Does it? In your opinion? Maya said, so Shanann's mother said that she was Shanann's mom and that everything was fine and not to worry and not to tell anyone that she called. She said, "Don't tell anyone that I called and excuse me for caring. Don't worry about anything." Meyer said that she told Shanann's mom that she was glad everything was okay and that she was glad that they were able to talk to Shanann. They were able to talk to Shanann. They were able to talk to Shanann. And Shanann's mother was hurried and hung up. Could be NK calling the second time once Sandy became concerned. All right. First of all, she's calling the school for the reason that she's asking, did the kids show up? Stuff like that. She calls between 8 and 8:30, asking, did my daughter bring the kids in? Is everything okay? Blah, blah, blah. Okay? Then she calls again. probably asking the same thing, because why else would she call the school? Everything was fine, not tell anyone that I called. And excuse me for caring. Don't worry about anything. So Mrs. Rusek called the school again between 11 and 11:30. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I need you to get this into your heads. Asking for the girls, but telling them, everything is fine. I spoke to Shanann. I got a hold of Shanann. I got a hold of Shanann. Was glad everything was okay, and that she was glad that they were able to talk to Shanann. So what did Mrs. Rusek say? Oh, we got a hold of Shanann already, so don't worry about anything, everything is okay. Don't worry about anything, we got a hold of Shanann. And Shanann's mother was hurried and hung up. Maya said Shanann's mother called back again and spoke with Wood around 3 p.m. So she calls 3 times, at 8, 8:30, 11, 11:30, and then again at 3. Yeah? So far, so good. In her first call, what did she say in her first call? In her first call, she's asking if the girls were in school. In her second call, and I'm not making this up, you guys can read that for yourself in the discovery. We go according to the discovery. Then she calls Watts. Is Shanann okay? Oh, she asked Watts, so I'm assuming this is a text message. 11:30. She calls again the school and says, everything is okay, don't worry, and everything was fine. Don't tell anyone I called. And excuse me for caring, don't worry about anything. Right? So she must have asked again if the girls were there by 11:30 when she called. Then she tells Mrs. or Miss Meyer that she obviously got to talk to Shanann. Meaning, I spoke to Shanann, everything is fine, don't worry, blah, 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 blah. So why call again at 3 p.m.? Why would she call at 3 p.m. saying at 11:30 that everything is okay and that she got a hold or she got to talk to Shanann? And I'll leave it at that. You guys make your own mind up. But in my opinion, something's not right. Okay? Then I just leave it at that. On Monday morning, when Cassie had not heard from Shanann, she talked with Nicole. Nicole, being in Colorado, could go look at Shanann's house. Cassie was on the phone with Nicole while she was doing this, using the camera on the phone for video. Shanann's car was there in the garage, and Shanann was not answering. Again, you guys, read that again. Cassie was on the phone with Nicole while she was doing this, using the camera on the phone for video. Shanann's car was there in the garage, and Shanann was not answering. How did Cassie see on video that Shanann's car was in the garage? How? How did she see that? Did she lift up her phone through the tinted windows and filmed inside so Cassie could see that? Or what happened here? They grew concerned about Shanann's health. Nicole tried the code for the front door, but there was an internal door latch that prevented entry. The latch was there as Shanann was worried that her kids would open the door. Shanann's shoes were by the door, which was normal. 11:26 a.m. N.A. texts Shanann, "I'm very worried about you. I'm coming to your house." And then her 360 tells us that she left 1721 Tulip Street. So this was the first time N.A. even considered going to Shanann's house after talking with Cassie. 11:46. At 12:16, Josh Rosenberg asked Watts, "Hey bro, Cassie asked me if I've heard from Shanann today. I guess her and Nikki can't get a hold of her. Have you heard from her today?" And we don't know if he answered yet. But at 12:16, Watts took 2 photographs of sunflowers in an open prairie, and that was at 10:29. And the technician states metadata gives the exact coordinates north of I-76 in Roggen, possibly 10:29. Why possibly? This is clear as day. You have the coordinates. This is 10:29. So this is one of the pictures he took of the sunflowers. And as I stated in part 3, I believe, all these sunflowers and whatnot, I think that has a meaning. We know that he, took quite some pictures of the open field and sunflowers. So this is the 10:29, and this is the exact location where he was at when he took that picture. People are saying that he took the pictures of the sunflowers while he was, going to the toilet somewhere behind the tanks. But according to the coordinates, he was right here taking the pictures of the sunflowers. And here again, McCoy basically eyeballed him all the time. He did know everything and every step and every move. But why didn't he tell the police that he was taking pictures of the open field? That makes no sense. Yeah, Kelly, I think so too. It has a meaning. And yeah, Sarah, sunflowers is new beginnings. New beginnings. So this is the movements. It's survey 1029. This is according to his geotab where he was at. So He started out here, then went over here, then went over here, and then went over here. So taking a picture, taking a picture. At 9:39:15 seconds, he stopped right there. Then 12:52, he repositioned his truck to here, and then obviously went out to go to the toilet. And then at 12:57 until 1:01 p.m., he takes those photographs right here, 2 locations. Yeah, he walked there or drove there, because when he got there at 12:52, that's like almost 5 minutes until he took those pictures right here. Oh, 3 minutes and 31 seconds. He parked there for 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Then 12:17. Watts' phone received an alert from his Vivint panel. This is when NA tried to get into the house. He entered the key code, couldn't really open it, right? That's interesting. At 12:18, 20 seconds, Amazon Alexa is triggered. So with Alexa, I was told it's like that. It's basically in sleep mode. And if something is triggered on Alexa, or when you call her out, call her name out, she reconnects to the internet. So this is what happened here. So when she opened the front door for a little bit, she probably yelled out her name, Shanann, or something. Maybe that is what Alexa triggered. I'm not sure. That's not a fact. That's just me assuming. Yeah, that's so true, Red Sky Black. Why would Troy McCoy not go back and dig up the pool hole like he looked for the wrench? Right. And he also states to agents that he thinks, or he thought, Watts might have buried evidence at the 1029, which is absolute crap bullshit, right? Why would he try to get their attention to the 1029? It was nothing there except the poo. So 12:18 in response, Watts called Nicole and held a 1-minute conversation. 12:21, Watts told Josh, I just talked to Nikki. Shanann went to a friend's house with the kids today. I haven't heard from her since. I will keep you updated though. Josh replied the girls were worried. Watts replied, I know, I just saw Nikki on the doorbell camera. All right, doorbell camera, asking Mrs. Rusek for the code, even though she should have it because she was there dog sitting, and her son knew everything inside the house, even what color the sheets were and everything. So they were in there. 12:27, Watts called NA and held a 2.5-minute conversation. And Meadows told Watts, Hi, I'm working on your market analysis. I would like to bring my listing coordinator with me when I bring it. Did you finish the basement? Any other upgrades? These messages were also found in Shanann's phone, likely sent as a group text by Anne. You should see that this is a group text, right? Yeah, likely. Then at 12:31, Eddie asked, "What's if Shanann was okay?" So Eddie is jumping in as well. Everyone is worried. It's not like her not to respond. Haven't heard from her all day. Then at 12:41, what's called an A and held a 40-second conversation, and then it goes on and on. 12:43, he's going on to text with Cassie, and Cassie says, "Go home," or the police will bust your door down. And she went to a friend's house, he says. She won't tell me where, though. When I get home, I will update you. Blah, 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 blah. As you can see, everything happens on his personal phone all of a sudden. Then at 12:47, an A texts Shanann, "I have been to your house. You won't open the door. I called the police." This is what she texts her at 12:47. Then again, it resumed with Cassie. Nikki is calling the police. Cassie told Watts she's broken emotionally. Her blood sugar dropped due to not eating, and it could cause her to pass out. So unless you want the police to bust your damn door down, you get home and check on your family. And while this occurred, he's also texting with the realtor. Great timing, Ann Meadows, right? You're adding facts together that may not belong. On the phone for video may just mean that Cassie could see an A's face while she reported these things. Well, the discovery clearly states that her car was in there. So, and this message came from Cassie, so I'm assuming she saw it. Watts told Cassie, "I'm going home, Cassie, on my way. Don't call the police. I will be there in 45 minutes. Cassie thanked him and explained her fears. Nikki and I know what state she was in all weekend, and we want to see she isn't in the house because it is seriously a concern." 107, Watts called Cassie and had a 1-minute conversation. All right, then our friend McCoy. So McCoy states that he was, and that, and that, and that. And he told him that her wedding ring was on the counter, even though he couldn't know that at this time. And he told him all sorts of things, and he never talked about the girls. But then he said he never told him, by the way, that they were going on a play date. He was telling everyone that Shanann was taking the kids to a friend's house, but he didn't tell McCoy, right? So this is really weird. Anyways, so on his way, McCoy asked if everything was okay. "If you need anything, let me know." He just saw him literally 10 minutes ago. So why would McCoy ask Watts if everything was okay? They just spoke with each other. Isn't that weird? Anyways, so at 1:01 and 20 seconds, we remember this. He stays there taking the pictures with no care in the world, taking pictures of freaking sunflowers while all these messages and phone calls with Cassie occur. He stays there the whole time and then finally leaves. Survey 1029. And at 1:19, he texts Shanann, "I'm on my way home. Please be there." What's Tumbleweed saying? Great timing, and Meadows. Yeah, so true. Alrighty. I think we have a slight delay on YouTube this time. 114, Meadows asks Watts preferred a 3-car garage. Watts replied, 3-car, I will drive by the 6508 address when I get home. And A called Watts twice, briefly, between 1:31 and 1:59. So then he goes on. This is also a statement from Jason Evans. He caught him on camera, as you can see here. The little hoses are in there. On August the 27th, at approximately 1:15, Sergeant Betzall asked Officer Dahl to respond to 6432 Saratoga Trail and talk with Jason Evans. Jason was provided a flash drive to download videos from August the 13th between 1:15 and 2:10. Jason downloaded the video onto the flash drive. Jason said that the company that he has cameras through is Arlo. Jason said the timestamp on the video was the file name. Jason said Arlo uses Epoch Unix timecode. Jason said if you put the file name into an Epoch converter, that it would give you the date and time the video was taken. And here a little side note. Same thing happens with Geotab. Geotab and also his phone records we got from Anadarko. You also have to convert the timestamps. It's a code, right? And if you convert the timestamps of this code, it gives you the date and the time. And we did all that. I did it in European time because we do not name them. We name month. You guys do month, then date, and then name, and we do date, month, and then the year, not name, year. So this is why his Geotab looks weird, probably to you guys, but it's better for me because I'm just used to it, you know, day, month, year. This is how we do it. Could give you the time and date. Jason said the video footage that he provided is the only footage available from the cameras. Jason said on the video with a time of 14:01 hours, so 2:01 p.m., you can see a gray truck heading north on Saratoga Trail. Jason said the other video activations are of wasps that flew onto the cameras. And it's in the digital discovery, so it's true, there were only wasps. Officer Dahl will place the flash drive into evidence. The video with the truck was uploaded to evidence.com. No further information. So this is captured by Jason's security camera in front of his house. We see Chris Watts' truck driving right here, past. This is Jason's house. His camera somewhere over there, and Watts is driving this way, up Saratoga Trail. This happened at 2:01. Then between 2:01 and 2:06, CW stops at Black Mesa Road. You can see here, when Jane was going round, this is the corner of Black Mesa Road, and this is exactly according to the Geotab where he stopped. So if you turn around that picture, flip it around, you would see exactly that bend. So somewhere here where that dumpster is, he stopped. Then at 2:07, he arrived at home, police and NA waiting for him. Then as soon as he goes into the house, the unknown Apple device logs into the router again. So this is really weird. As soon as he is approaching the front door, after that, his personal phone is connecting. Okay, this gets a little bit complicated, I would say. All right, so 2:11, Watts sent another staged message to Shanann's phone. Where are you? Then at 2:14, messages. Oh, hold on. Yeah. So they find the phone. It was turned on at 2:14 and 17 seconds. This is when her phone connects to the router. And as you can see, this is where the timeline is right. Messages from NA were finally received by Shanann's phone. By all accounts, these would have been sent by NA earlier in the morning before she called police. They included, just wanted to see if you were okay. Let me know how your appointment goes. And I have been to your house. You won't open the door. Your alarm is set. Your shoes are sitting inside. Your car is home. I'm so very concerned about you right now. I need you to text me or call me or just tell me okay. If you don't want to talk to nobody, you don't want to be around nobody. I get it, it's fine, but I need to know you're okay. All right, so I've been to your house, your alarm is set. Yeah? So she goes in, opening the door with the key code she received from Mrs. Rusek. Or not, or she asked for the garage door. I don't know. I'm not sure. So she goes in anyway. Latch prevented her from entering. Alarm should go off, right? So who disabled the alarm? Did Chris disable the alarm via remote? We don't know what's going on. He's dumping his clothes from that day. Yeah, possibly, Mitch. That dog, if he could only speak, kept barking. Yeah, that's true. Don't they have like dog, what is it called? Dog whisperers or something like that? Oh, Sugar, yeah. Red Sky Black saying we need dog translation software. Does that even exist? Dog translation software? Is that real? Is that really real? All right, then a group text was created between Cassie, Christina, NA, Addie, and Shanann's phone. The group sent assorted messages of growing concerns for Shanann. Then at 2:26, Watts told Christina, the police are here. Call you when I know. And Madame was at 2:28. This is the first ping on that day ever where somebody is calling her while she is in the office. Then at 3:46, Addie asked Watts what was happening. I'm so worried. Watts called Addie and they held a 6-minute conversation. And at 3:23, he's calling Chad for 1 minute, his co-worker. Addie told the group that police need to look at Chris's cell and computer. So Addie is quite smart, isn't she? At 3:48, she right away said they need to look at his cell and his computer. All right. Then at 3, is that 32 or 52? She's home in Brighton, or she's around Brighton, in the Brighton area, and calls Timbo. And here, this is what occurred with his work and personal phone, as you can see here. Also on the 13th, in and out, his personal phone, his work phone, work phone, work phone. They all connect in and out of the home router because he's obviously running errands. Then at 4:22, when Kelly Berg asked what the police were saying, Watts said they will file missing persons report in the AM if I don't hear from her. And this is also evident in his router logs again. He's taking and making phone calls, and he is connecting in and out. So what does that tell us? From then on, as far as we have the router logs, everything is fine. So it all lines up with him taking and making phone calls, connecting in and out of his router, right? But not on Sunday, weirdly enough. So 4:26, Berg asked Watts if Shanann was awake when he left for work. Watts lied and said, I talked to her early this morning between 4 and 5 a.m. I think she went back to sleep afterwards. She was still there when I left, kids still sleeping. Berg said she was scared, and Watts said that he was too. So then she calls somebody, Missy, here at 4:48. And then here, 5:01, Kessinger made 2 unanswered calls to Watts. 1 call, 2 call. 1 goes to voicemail, and 1 is obviously answered. Because if it wouldn't be answered, it would say deposit to voicemail. So they did talk for 1 minute, briefly, very briefly. It logs 1 minute even if you're for 10 seconds on the phone, right? Then at 5:05, Watts called Chase Bank and held a nearly 2-minute conversation. He called a separate number for Chase moments later and held a 2.5-minute conversation. Okay. 5:30, Watts made an unanswered call to Kessinger from his personal phone, and she deleted it. She deleted that one too. So she didn't delete any other phone calls, but this, after he came home, she deleted everything. Isn't that weird? And also that 5:30 phone call does not show up in her phone bills. So what she does, she calls at 5:01, 5:02, and then at 9:48 p.m. And that's it. So where's that 5:30 phone call? Did they know about a possible burner phone? So that 5:30 phone call was put in there by mistake? Or was it just a typo? As so many things are a typo in this case. Everything is a typo, right? 5:48. Unaware of events, Meadows, that's the realtor, asked if Watts drove to the 6508 Saratoga address. Completely aware of events, Watts still replied, just did, yep, that's the exact model. So, 6 p.m. Following suggestions by many, Watts searched Google for hospitals near his home. in less than 4 minutes what's called Good Samaritan Medical Center, St. Anthony North Health Campus, Longmont United Hospital, and UC Health Broomfield. The average duration of these calls was 40 seconds. The longest was 69 seconds. Out of curiosity, I called St. Anthony's. Without identifying myself, I asked if a Rollo Tomasi was a patient. It took 2 minutes to get my answer. I suspect what's merely called each hospital to create a trail of I can't read that, concern, and never actually spoke with anyone. So who cares what you think, right? Who cares what the technician thinks? I suspect what's merely, who knows, maybe you called at a different time than he did, right? And see, you guys, this is what I hate. They just put, I suspect what's merely called each hospital to create concern and never actually spoke with anyone. How would you know? You know, maybe they were busy when you called and it took them 2 minutes. And when he called, it took them only 30 seconds. You know, that's why you never can make statements like that, because you simply don't know. You have to take into consideration the time of the day, everything, right? They were busy, something happened, the emergency room is full and whatnot. Take all that into consideration. So you can never be sure. It's the same with Google Maps. You know, if you look up from here to there and it takes you 10 minutes, now, like if you would go now, it could change completely in half an hour. Takes you double the time. So this is not a good statement. At 6:30, Lauren Arnold, that's the friend of Shanann, high school friend, said in her interview that she arrived around 6 p.m. At 6:23, Burke asked if Watts had any luck with the hospitals, and Watts said no luck at all. At 8:30, Meadows asked Watts if Shanann was okay, noting she had not taken part in their group text exchange about selling the house. Watts replied, she hasn't been around all day, it's very odd. At 6:52, Watts told Samantha, aka Sam, I'm praying so hard, I'm sick to my stomach. Cops searched the house up and down and drilled me pretty hard. I have no idea where they could be. Sam asked why the police were drilling him. An hour later, Watts explained, they are just being thorough. They gotta do all the digging they can. I saw them this morning. Yeah, people are helping me search. You don't need to get on a plane. We have a lot of support here. And at 7, Watts received a calendar notice titled Dinner with Shanann. Shanann had a similar entry, Dinner with Chris, but scheduled for an hour later. So they wanted to have dinner with each other. Then he did something between 7 and 7:30, maybe made a phone call or whatever he did, or went outside, because 35 minutes after that calendar notice, he connected back to his router. Don't mind my little smiley face. The hour difference indicates she created the entry while in Arizona using that state's time zone. In my experience, iPhones fail to make the transition when traveling to other time zones after an event is entered in the device calendar. Really. I don't know about this guy, but first of all, they do, by them phones and watches, they do adjust that new time zone pretty quickly. Second of all, these guys didn't even have the software to basically drain and extract data from Apple devices. So that's why I put my LOL. So at 8:10 p.m., he's calling his boss, Luke, for 5 minutes, and we know that he wanted to go back to work on Tuesday. Then at 9:12, a line at the Frederick Police Department called Watts and held a 6-minute conversation. I can delete that because that phone call was taped, as I found out. Then at 9:48, they talk for 50 minutes. Then here it's evident that 11:09 phone call, Kessinger called Watts and held a 51-minute conversation. This is this one, the last one here, down here on the bottom, 11:09. The discovery does not state that she called him previously or he called her, incoming call, for 50 minutes before the 52-minute conversation. All right, I'm taking a little break and read up on your chat. Yeah, that's true, Adrian. Is he? Rollo Tasmani is a real guy and is a leader of a type of men's movement? Jen? Really? I thought this name was completely fabricated, but okay. Is it true, or am I mistaken, that the realtor told Chris about a house that was an exact same layout? Yeah, that's what he was driving past to check on if this is the house with the exact layout and the same model. She says that it's the exact model. Alrighty. Router logs and listening into the phone. What did I do here? Gotta see. Yeah. All right. So, we thought we were under the impression that, you know, his phone, when he takes and makes phone calls, it reconnects back to the router as soon as he hangs up. So when he walks in at 14:08, his personal phone does connect to the home router, right? But his work phone still did not connect. But we see him basically walking in with his work phone. He has it in his hands. So now, it doesn't connect to the router though. And it does all the time. So what I was thinking was, somebody must have been on his phone, on his work phone, listening in basically to everything that's been said, because the phone does not connect. There are various reasons why this can happen. It's not only that he could have been on the phone with somebody and just, you know, let the person on the line listening into what it's spoken about. It's also, you know, a connection failure or stuff like that. But routers and phones, they do adjust pretty quickly. So why his work phone does not connect until a significant time later, like a big time span later, is, you know, I cannot explain that. I don't think it's a connection failure or whatnot. No, he didn't put it in airplane mode simply because he was texting and calling on the phone, so it couldn't have been in airplane mode. I wanted to show you real quick. What was it? So that 208, that was. He didn't connect. Here, 3:23. Oh, that was later. That was an hour and a half later. Yeah, that was an hour and a half later. All right. I made a little video about this. So we know he is, do I actually have that video? Do I actually have it? Oh no, I just explain it to you like that. All right. So if you look at the timestamps, and A walks in and brings him the phone. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. I think that's easier to explain. I'm gonna show you real quick. I'm always going to, I'm gonna, I think when you guys see it on the actual body cam footage, it's easier than me explaining it in my broken English. I always go to the channel Kane Elson for the body cam, simply because this person has the very first released in good quality. And also this person has basically all the body cam footage in one. I mean, not all of it, but the 13th, definitely. And it's just, you know, with one go, you have all the body cam footage from the 13th. So that's a plus. I hate when I have to go through 150,000 footages and get a clip here, a clip there. So I like to watch everything in one go. Just finding the right timestamp for you guys. Hang with me a second. What timestamp do we have on here? 2030. I got it here. So I just want you guys to watch this real quick. And then I explain to you what you see, basically. I'm gonna stop this and share a different screen. All right. So this is when he was upstairs going through things with Coonrod. And then NA walks in and hands him his phone.
Drive around like a normal route she would be.
Or does she normally go to?
I mean, just like drive over like she would take the kids to school. People that I know that live down, people that Kristen lives down that way, and that's the only routes I know she would take.
So she comes in any second now, and watch the timestamp.
She go to their house frequently, or
Here she comes. Hands him the phone. He's on the phone with somebody. Now he does realize in a second that he didn't hang up.
probably not, because I mean, you don't know what
Watch him.
where's that, and obviously not gonna see her car here.
Now he hangs up. All right, did you see that? Oh, sorry, dropped the banner. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again real quick. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize. Okay, again. So watch the timestamp. NA is coming in, hands him the phone. He said it was her mom, which makes no sense because her mom, so Mrs. Rusek already knows that the police is here. right? So, and then he realizes when he thinks he hangs up, but he doesn't. And he realized that quickly and then hangs up. Watch this.
I mean, just like driver, like student ticket school, people that I know that live down, people that Kristen lives down that way. I mean, that's the only routes I know she would take.
She go to their house frequently, or
And not much, but. Hey. Let's go talk to the officer right now. Okay, bye. I will, definitely. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. How's it all? Anything is smart, just drive around, see if
probably not, because
Any second
I
now.
don't know what car she's in, where she's at. I mean, obviously you're not going to see her car. It's here.
Now he hangs up.
Well, I know Amanda's out of town because her brother died.
Yeah.
She's not flying back.
Another thing, if that was Shanann's mom, and A would have seen her number, right? Her number or her name, unless Chris put her under a different name. So why wouldn't she say anything? Why would Mrs. Rusek call him and he says, he telling her, the police is here? Well, she literally spoke on the phone with NA all the time. So why would her mom call Chris again and he's telling her the cops are here? Makes no sense, does it? But that's just a little side note. All right. So you guys saw that, right? Let's go back to the other screen. And I show you how that works. All right. So this is basically what we just saw on the video. This is what we saw. So by, I believe it's 3:30, 2:30, he gets that phone call, right? This is just proof that his phone always connects and reconnects, right? So at 2:30, he gets that phone call in. So NA comes around the corner, hands him the phone. He is on the phone still 8 seconds later. But we think, or he thinks, he already hung up. This is when he just, pushed the button on the phone, right? Here, 7 seconds later, or 8 seconds later. He did not hang up because at exactly 2:31 and 25 seconds, he looks at his phone again and then does realize that he did not hang up. And what does his router do? A second later, connects back to the home router. Right? You understand what I just said? Or was that gibberish? This is just, to prove to you guys that every time he hangs up, the phone does reconnect to his home router, which it did. Same second, almost like a second later. Isn't that fascinating? And this happens throughout, right? Same here. First time item 40 connects to the router indicates someone was listening in while all this happened. So from 2:08, when his personal phone connected to the home router, his work phone did not connect until 2:35. So I'm assuming, given the fact that it's always the same thing, that his phones reconnect to the router when he hangs up. It's always that they connect. So therefore, in my opinion, somebody was listening in. Chris's facial expressions. I don't know what facial expressions you mean. There are so many, Adrian, I don't know. So he connects with his work phone when he's on the way to Nate's house. Anyway, this phone call here, he does when he's upstairs with Coonrod. I don't know who he was talking to, but this phone call never occurred. So he was basically, I'm going to show you on body cam again. This is an imaginary phone call. So he did not call anyone here. He pretended to call someone. He didn't call anyone. I show you. That was timestamp 2032. So none of his phones reconnecting, right? So this tells me that he did not call anyone. Hold on, I have to look for that timestamp real quick.
She lives around here.
Before the phone call?
Yeah, how much? Rose.
Okay, I can just let it run through. And then it comes to that phone call. I want to show you anyway. So the phone call when he's standing on the stairs is not occurring. There is no phone call. Just let this run through real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Is anything like that missing? It didn't look like she went through and packed up a bag or anything.
All that stuff, so it'd be kind of hard to tell if she took a little bit or be easy to took a lot, but it's hard to tell if she took a little bit or not.
Yeah. She tell you anything about leaving, moving out?
Not moving out. I mean, last time I talked to her was this morning. She said she's gonna take the kids to her parents' house, and she asked where she was gonna be. And then I've texted her today and never heard anything. But cars here.
Right.
Here, unless somebody can pick her up. But the people that I know, nobody's heard from her, nobody's seen her.
Right. Who do you guys bank with?
Chasing USA.
Definitely an odd one.
I don't know what I can do right now. She'll drive around like the normal route that she would be.
Where does she normally go to?
I mean, just like describe where like she would normally take the kids to school. People that I know that live down, people that live, Kristen lives down that way. I mean, that's the only routes I know she would take.
She go to their house frequently, or
And not much, but. Hey. I'm still talking to the officer right now. Okay, bye. I will, definitely. Bye-bye. Sorry about that. That was a mom. Anything is smart, just drive around, see if I mean.
probably not, because I mean, you don't know what car she's in, where she's at. I mean, obviously you're not going to see her car. It's here.
Well, I know Amanda's out of town because her brother died.
Yeah.
She's not flying back till a day. And the other one she's really close with that I know is Sarah.
What else do you think I could do?
Yeah.
Just wait for her here?
Well, I've got my detective coming,
Okay.
just because this is kind of an odd situation. Maybe we can try to get her pinpointed down, find a friend, or.
So right here, fake phone call alert. Exactly, Anna. Fake phone call alert. He does not call anyone. And also listen to what he's saying. It sounds really weird. It's like, wishy-washy gibberish. Just listen for yourself. It's pretty weird.
Or something. He may have you call the bank.
Okay. Hey, sir, it's Chris Watts. Not too bad. Have you heard from Shane today? No, I have not. I was just, you're my last person to call. So I just, all right. I don't want to make you nervous or anything, but I'll keep you posted. No. Okay, thank you. Bye.
She lives around here.
She lives in Aurora.
Hi, this is Chris Watts. Have you heard from, not too bad, have you heard from Shanann today? This is not how our normal phone call is occurring, is it? That was, and his phone does not reconnect to the router, so he never made this phone call. Well, Red Sky Black, he probably did fake phone calls, but at least he called the hospitals, right? This is when a call goes through. But this, no evidence of a call ever connecting to anyone. You're my last person to call, so who are you? Normally, if it's a friend or a mutual friend of them, you say, hi, Addie, or hi, blah, blah. Here's Chris. You don't say, this is Chris Watts. Not too bad. Have you heard from Shanann today? No, you don't do that. In my opinion, or, the data tells us, this phone call did not occur to whoever he was calling. It's made up. Alrighty, let's get back into the timeline. So this is what I just told you, what I wanted to share with you, that this phone call didn't occur. Then here, same thing. It could be that, he had such a strong signal that his phone does connect to the router of when he is over at Nate's. Just to show you here, 3 examples, 3 screenshots of the actual body cam footage. that was around the time when his work phone connected again to his router. So somebody was listening in for sure, because he hangs up here, he texts or calls or whatever he does. Unfortunately, we don't have those logs. Then he's staring into the camera again, and then he does realize, oh, I gotta hang up, and then he connects back. Any more proof needed? I don't think so. So this is my little mic drop thing I had back then. I find that so cute. Chris Watts did not act alone, at least not in my opinion. This is just, I have put, you can read all that in the timeline we did last year anyway. No, bank calls don't sound like that, Tony, that's right. And also the bank calls he made in the kitchen, and those are accounted for as well. I rest my case, Penny. Right. All right, so this is just a little summary of August the 12th to August the 13th, because the question came up, how much time did he actually have or was at home, and so on and so on. So before the 111-minute call, his personal phone connected to the router at 9. Then when he hangs up with NK, we saw all the headlights and stuff going on, right? He was on the phone. So he hangs up, connects to the router. So 2 hours, 20 minutes, he was out of the house. Then Amazon Alexa's triggering at 47 minutes after midnight. I'm assuming that he was at home 47 minutes after midnight, and then went in and out over a period of 2 hours and 10 minutes, whatever he did here. And at 1:32 a.m. Monday morning, 2 minutes after Virginia saw that suspicious white vehicle, this is the last time his personal phone connects back to the router before coming home from Serbi. So then we get into, are you guys even still awake? Do you guys want to go into the Serbi details of his phone, or do you guys have enough and we're gonna move that to another time? It's up to you. I don't want to bore you, but if you want to get into this, I would do a quick 2-minute break to get me a new coffee, and then we can get into this if you guys want. It's totally up to you. It's totally up to my moderators as well, because if they're tired, I'm gonna go off too. So Catherine, Adrian, Dave G, Foxy Lady, and who? Penny. I don't know, Craftastic, if she's here. She's probably fallen asleep already. So it's up to you guys, to the moderators, if I shall continue or just do it a different time. Ah, that's nice, Kira. Thank you. So I'm awaiting an answer from the mods, and then if they want to go ahead, then I'm gonna go ahead and do another hour or two, depending on you guys. Go get a coffee, TJ. My boss has spoken. Yeah, my boss has spoken. Catherine too. Good. All right. So I'm gonna just show you a little bit body cam while I'm making a coffee, if that's okay with you guys. Mm, share the body cam. Oh, I cannot share Nate's because will always get flagged by friggin' Lasso. So I'm gonna jump over Nate's footage and go back into where is it interesting? Here, Baumhofer. That's interesting. Here. See you in a minute.
Phone's in here? Yes. We're upstairs. This is her. This is her. There'll be a lot of them.
You have any current pictures of her? Recent, they're pretty recent though.
What's that?
This strip's pretty recent.
That was last year.
Go for it.
This is suitcase yet?
Yeah. No, it's downstairs.
Is that the one down there?
Yeah. Sorry.
That one's empty. I didn't see anything on those. Right here.
So their daughter, Sophia, she's kind of leaving.
The tree nuts?
She lives in Virginia, and that's her.
back with a fresh cup of coffee. So let's do this. Share my other screen again. I would say I do the phone and then end it, because this is so much to wrap your head around, you know, and it would be probably too much to explain it all at once. All right, so before we get into this, keep in mind that his personal phone last logged connected to the home router at 1:32 a.m. Monday morning. And he did not have his personal phone when he was running in and out of the house at 5 a.m. before he left, okay? So no personal phone connected in and out of the router when he packed his tools or whatever he packed on that Monday morning. So therefore, I'm assuming that he might have had his phone elsewhere. Maybe he forgot it somewhere in a different truck or something, right? Just saying. All right. Let's get into this. It's not easy. So I'm going to tell you right now, it's not easy. All right. This is, the walking and running distance. We don't need that, I think. Oh yeah, that's interesting. So this is his, what is it? Personal phone. So this is his personal phone, item 41, right? We can see, as I showed you before, these are his router logs from 9 p.m. Sunday till 1:32 a.m. Monday, August the 13th. So when these headlights occur, 9:37, we know he came back home at 9:20. So 9:37, first time those headlights occurred. He had very little steps between 10 and 11. So I'm assuming, having very little steps, he might have been in a vehicle, right? Then from 11, when the headlights are seen again on Nate's camera, he has more steps all of a sudden. So the motions and headlights captured on Nate's cam do line up with his walking, running distance, if that makes sense. Okay, so I try to explain it as simple as possible. So again, headlights show up, very, very little steps, almost none. Headlights show up again, 11:25. Between 11 and midnight, he has more steps again. And that's his personal phone. Okay? So now look at this. Between 12 midnight and 4, he had no steps at all. Then at 4 a.m., very little steps, 4 to 5, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. From 5 to 6, no, we're here. 4 to 5, 6 to 7, almost none. 7 to 8, almost none, and 8 to 9, almost none. Then his phone showed up in his log, meaning the phone showed up at Survey 1029. And as I showed you before, up until then, he only used his work phone, except when he took that photograph of his work laptop, which I believe is faked in the discovery. Because why would he take a picture work-related on his personal phone? That's the first thing. And second of all, why can the technician not clear that thumbnail format so we can see what's on there? And third of all, this is the picture he sent to NK. Okay? So up until then, it all lines up. He starts using his personal phone when he was out at 10:29, not so much at 3:19, which you can see here. Very little steps to none. So what does that tell us? The phone must have been in a different vehicle. Okay? So, that's not important at this point. All right. So we're still at his personal phone. Then I measured the distance. These are his steps taken. And I measured the distance of according to where he parked, which was here, to the tanks is 0.02 miles. And look what he walked. Could have never occurred. Never. That means he never walked back, for example. 0.2. It's just not possible. Way too little steps. So from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., there was no movement. From 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., there was very little walking. 4:26, the basement door opens. From 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. is under 0.2 miles walking in and out of garage, but he does not connect. So assuming he did not have his phone, okay? His personal phone. He did have his work phone though. So from 6 to 7 a.m., there's almost no walking. Why is there almost no walking? Of course, because he drove around. From 7 to 8, there's little walking, just over 0.1 mile. From the truck to the leak, quote unquote, it's 0.02 miles. From 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., there was no walking whatsoever, and the co-workers arrived. Unfortunately, we don't have, except McCoy, we don't have any geotab or GPS to prove when they arrived. From 9 to 10, very little walking. From 9:30 a.m., he arrived at 10:29. From 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., no walking. From 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. p.m., I'm saying a.m., p.m., sorry, that's wrong. Very little walking at 10:29. So what happened at 10:29? We know he was mostly in his truck, driving around. You know, I told you about the weird stops. They were moving around in their trucks. He went to the toilet, then went back into his truck. I don't even know if they ever worked or helped Cody Roberts out there at the 1029, because they were mostly, him and McCoy as well, they were mostly in their trucks. Then on his way out from 1029 onto his way home, he took those 2 photographs of the sunflowers. Okay, so very little movement. Then I did an overlay of walking and running distance compared to the steps. And as you can see here, this is August the 13th, from midnight to 5 a.m. Very little steps, and then a few more, but still not, as friggin' Tammy Lee said, a load of steps, a load of steps. You guys, that's just over 0.2 miles. So that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. So if it happens, as I have it in my head, that somebody else had his personal phone at this point, then this is another piece of proof that somebody was doing something, you know, walking around with his phone, having his phone somewhere else, stuff like that. You can see that also between 5 and 6, right? There were just over under 0.4, just over 0.2 miles walking and running distance, as well as steps. So, but at that time, we don't see him connecting in and out of his router log, right? You gotta keep that in mind. So if he would have his personal phone on him, walking around while loading the truck up with tools and whatnot, we would see his phone connecting in and out, unless he was on the phone with somebody. We don't know all the time, but he would have been all the time on the phone with somebody because he never reconnected back. So then here between 6 and 7, very, very little steps. Why? Because he was driving. And then between 7 and 8, just under 0.2 miles. This is not enough steps to do all this, you know, unloading the bodies, going back and forth, killing the kids and all that. In my opinion, it's not enough steps. You have a load of steps when he gets home, though. Between 11 and 12, only under 0.2 miles, so not relevant. Then between 1 and 2, again, he's driving, so therefore very little steps, very little walking and running distance. Then he gets home and then he runs errands. You see that? He walks quite a lot. Then between 6, 7, 8 and 9, he doesn't have his phone at all, or he's sitting, or the phone does not register anything. And then from 9, 10, and 11 p.m., he does a little more again. Right? So another thing about the iPhone walking and running distance compared to steps. Steps are counted, you know, you can stand basically on one spot and go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, you know, taking little steps. That would count as a step. Then the walking and running distance is basically when you actively walk or run. It will count your steps as well. All right. On his, we're still at his personal phone. So I measured all the walking and running distance. So if it occurred as he said it occurred, from parking, burying Shanann right here, going back, killing one girl, going up to the tanks, going back, killing another girl, going up to the tanks, which he states he did that in his confession, and going back to the truck. Altogether is 0.13 miles, right? And if we compare that with the walking and running distance at Survey 319, which he was between 6:53 and 9. Now look at this, 6:53 and 9. Do you think that's enough steps to do all these deeds? I don't think it is. He would have way more steps. Way more steps if he's running errands like Camille told us he did. All right. Then he has movement. Even though it's very little movement, he still has movement, whether or not it was him or not, right? He has absolutely no steps up until he gets home at 2:07. He gets home. So from 2 p.m. here, the step counter counts flights climbed. No steps out at no flights climbed at Survey. So that proves that he did not, at least not on that day, go up the tanks. And many are saying, yeah, well, he left the phone in the truck. No, he couldn't have, because he has step movement, right? He has step movement, walking and running distance, but no flights. That means whoever carried the phone, if it was him or, in my opinion, somebody else probably who had his personal phone, did not climb any stairs. That so far, clear? I know it's a bit complicated, and I struggle to explain that in detail. Oh, Craftastic, you're still awake, my girl. I didn't think you were. All right. And to be honest with you guys, resuming all that stuff and talking about this again, I cannot remember everything we did back then. So I'm trying to just explain it to you as simple as possible. All right. Then here again, steps compared to walking and running distance, but that's not very important. So what did he do while sitting in his truck? What web searches did he do? So we know he was sitting in the truck. And this all occurred at Survey 1029. So he does not do anything with his personal phone while he is at 319. What does that tell me? That his phone wasn't with him. If we take into consideration what a clusterfuck they did with the discovery, mixing up item numbers, mixing up timeline entries, and so on and so on. So if we assume that he did not have his phone with him at 319, it is really weird that he did not use his personal phone for web searches and stuff like that while he was at 319, only when he was at the 1029. So here again, the little walking and running distance listed, and this is what he searched. All of this he searched with his personal phone at the Survey 1029. He did not do any other searches with his personal phone while he was out at 3319, except looking up the school at 8:26. But this could have been somebody else. Okay? Whoever called the school, this could have been somebody else. Let's assume for a second, because then it's kind of clear. Let's say Mrs. Rusek did not call the school between 8 and 8:30. And let's say just, NK had his phone. He forgot it in the truck while they loaded up Shanann's body or whatnot. So let's just assume she had the phone. Isn't it more doable if he did not have his phone with him, but NK had it, and she called the school at between 8 and 8:30 and said, here's Shanann's mom, that she looked up Primrose with his personal phone? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. My head is so, my thoughts are going back and forth. It's just a little theory, because I cannot make any sense of his steps. It's so little steps, and he did all this in the morning of Monday. I just don't see it. And if somebody else had his phone, it would line up with a woman or Mrs. Rusek calling the school. Not saying Mrs. Rusek had the phone, right? But if a woman had the phone, had his personal phone, contact, don't you think? Why would he have to look up Primrose School? I bet you any money somebody who did not know what was in his contacts looked up the school and asked. And that person was, in my opinion, a female, and said to the school teacher she was Shanann's mom. Thank you, May. Because everything else is made at 10:29. So he's looking up the battery lyrics 1, 2, 3 times. And then he's continuing on to search for 4-star top secret Aspen area hotel, Snowmass Village, at 10:33, when he got off the phone with Mrs. Rusek, and in between. All right, now let's look at the work phone. It's basically the same thing. And now you can see from 7 p.m. until 5 a.m., CW did not carry his work phone. Okay? But then from 5 a.m., it's evident in his router logs that he did carry his work phone, because he's going in and out of the garage. So does his phone. So he has it on him, evident in his steps as well. Same thing here. Approximately 80 steps in 7 minutes. That's nothing. Nothing. It's not like what he said, so many steps and unusual many steps. You know how many steps I have on my phone when I look at it in the evening? It's like, 20, 30,000. It's totally normal. So 481 steps in an hour is nothing. Nothing. All right, so this is his steps. We're at item 40, his work phone now, okay? So he's running a little bit around. Between 4 and 5, he does 481. Between 5 and 6, a little. Between 6 and 7, he does a lot of steps. Because going in and out of the garage, in and out, loading up stuff. Between 7 and 8, he does way more steps than when he was allegedly loading up bodies and cleaning up and doing all these things. So out at Survey with his work phone, he's having way more steps than he ever had during the day. And then you can see the following. As soon as he gets, I would say almost, his personal phone, he ceased using his work phone altogether. So he's not walking around with his work phone anymore up until he's at home right here. So we can see that's proof he has his work phone when he gets home. He does a few steps. Right? So as soon as he has or gets a hold of his personal phone again, he completely disregards his work phone. Just to make that clear. Here, that's walking and running distance. Again, an overlay compared to the steps. So he does very little walking and running distance because as you saw here, it's not far, right? Very little walking and running distance, but a lot of steps. What does that tell us? That tells us that he is doing many steps, walking in a circle or on the phone, walking around, when we are on the phone with friends, you go from your living room into your kitchen and vice versa. So a little area with many, many steps. Then here I did the same comparison. So 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., no movement, 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., walking under 2 miles, under 200 steps. Then between 6 and 7, he's walking approximately 80 steps. Between 7 and 8 a.m., little over 0.1 mile. Then between 8 and 9, this is where he does the most, 800 steps. Co-workers arrive between 9 and 10, walking under 0.1 and over 200 steps. And then no walking, no steps. So from, let's say, 9:30, 10 a.m., no walking, no steps. He was driving then anyway between 1 and 2. At 1:07, he left Survey 10:29, and that's why he has very little steps in that time frame. All right, now let's get into the significant locations, and then you will understand why I say this. All right. As Don always states, we only have breadcrumbs. We don't have all the data. If we had all the data, we could, draft a complete timeline. And if we had, I'm not even interested in the data, as it in, phone logs and stuff, because the health app, if we would have all the data of his health app and all his significant location data, we could have solved this case like in no time. So this is what the technician gives us. It's not all, but a little bit breadcrumbs, as Don used to say. So this is item 40, his work phone. This is listed new to old. So the significant locations gives you basically the time, and not the time, but here in this list, but the date. When was your phone in a significant location? Significant locations to your phone is if you visit one location more than once or twice. So the phone does log this is as significant. See, in Frederick, obviously this is his home address, so the significant location app logged that location because it's significant to him. Platteville, the office, obviously he does go to the office frequently. North Glen, this is Miss and Kay. On the 8th of August, he went to North Glen, visited one location. Platteville, he visited 2 locations, which I would assume, we don't have the data, but I'm assuming that's the Anadarko office and the Bat Cave. Then in Erie, he was on the 8th. This was when they went to the ultrasound. And as you can see here, this is rarely wrong because on the day of the ultrasound, he also went to North Glen to C and K. Your favorite topic. I'm super tired. I hope I can explain it all right. So, and then Roggen, one location on the 13th. So as you can see here, this is listed from new location to old location because this is what he did previously in the past. And the first location, Roggen in this case, is the newest, let's say, location. Here. So what they did was they clicked on that little arrow and it showed them what location what actually was in. So we do not, the significant locations work through satellite rather than towers. Okay, so significant locations in iPhone work through satellite. Satellite could not be shown here, and as the technician explains and is right, because they put the phone in flight mode to not lose any data. So the phone cannot connect to a tower or, in this case, to satellite. So it won't give you the satellite images. But the technician says so as well, so he's not wrong. All right, we don't know what occurred down here. Okay, what's really weird to me is that it only gives you one location in Roggen. Yeah, one location in Roggen. And he did not arrive at that first location in Roggen before 9:02 a.m. Meaning his phone did not arrive in the significant location before 9:02 a.m. that morning. Then again, we only have blurry screenshots. We don't know, or we cannot rely on that this location map with the timestamps actually belongs to that. Okay, we found so many errors in that timeline that, you know, I doubt everything I read, everything. So we cannot be sure, no matter how many data we collect, no matter how many documents we look at. With the discovery, we cannot be sure about nothing. All right? So what was weird and really odd to me is one location in North Glen. That's fine, because that was her house, obviously. A location in Frederick, that's absolutely also fine, because that was his house. 2 locations in Platteville is also fine, because that's 2 locations. That's the office and the Batcave, both in the same location, in the same area. North Glen, I said. Erie, absolutely also fine, because this was the first time he's been to that ultrasound clinic with Shanann. But then here, one location in Roggen. This is actually a little bit weird to me, but I can explain it. I at least try to explain it to you. Roggen is one area, and Keensburg is one area. If you enter Survey 319, it will give you the location of Keensburg. If you enter the 1029, it will give you the location of Roggen. Okay? It does not pinpoint you down to a specific point of where you were. It just gives you the area, right? So, for example, it wouldn't say North Glen, he was at NK's apartment. Or it wouldn't say Erie, he was at the Women's Health Clinic. It wouldn't say Platteville, he was at the office and at the Batcave. It doesn't give you those details, right? So, with that being said, it's odd to me that his work phone only entered the location of Roggen and not Keensburg. As you can see in a minute, I'll show you. So here again, ultrasound clinic and Case Place. Here again, on the 8th, this was the first time he went to NK's place with his work truck. And he parked at Race Street in Thornton. 237. All right? Here. So. The log on arrival 653 or 658 is missing on CW's work phone. Missing. So therefore, I think that the discovery is mixed up. I think his work phone arrived at 653, but not his personal phone. There's no evidence other than this picture he took and these 2 Google searches. So let's compare this. This is all his GPS, what you see in white, and that in the background is his significant location log. So it lines up on the 2nd of July. You know, when I told you in the last, or the one before. Sorry, I had to drink a sip of my coffee. I showed you before, that was the first time in months that he ever went out to the survey location. In my opinion, to check out the fields and, you know, hide things and stuff. You know what I mean? It's pretty accurate. So He went out there at 1:14, enters the location. What does the significant location gives us the same thing. He's leaving the area at 2:24. Here it says he's leaving the area at 2:27, give or take 2-3 minutes. Now look at this, what I want to show you. I hope you guys can read that. He's entering Keensburg at 1:14. He's leaving Keensburg at 2:24. Enters Roggen at 2:27. Do you understand that? So it takes him roughly 3 minutes to go from the Keensburg area to the Roggen area. Okay? Is that clear so far? Do you understand what I mean? If not, I can explain it again. Because this is where people say, I debunked you, I debunked this. You know, you did shit. Sorry to say. Okay? And I have my 1,000 hours full, by the way. That's a little inside joke. Not many people understand. All right. So he's leaving Keensburg, enters the Roggen area 3 minutes later. And this is what I wanted to show you by, the significance or the difference between Roggen and Keensburg and how significant locations work compared to this geotab. Okay? All right. Then here the same thing. The next day, 12:06, he enters. What does he enter? The Roggen area. Stays till 12:57, which is true because he's not going to the Keensburg area now. He's leaving at 12:57. His geotab logs he's leaving the area at 12:56, 59 seconds. The significant locations give us 12:57. So this is pretty accurate, right? He's leaving the area and is at 12:58:57. He's entering Roggen. Okay, so that lines up. Then on the 13th, 9:02 a.m., and this is where it gets tricky. You remember what I told you about leaving Keensburg, entering Roggen, leaving Roggen, entering Keensburg, right? So at 9:02 a.m., his phone logs the significant location, but not his geotab. Do you see that? If he was in the Keensburg area with this phone, it would tell us on his geotab that he entered the Keensburg area at 9:02 a.m. Or the Roggen area, sorry. The Roggen area at 9:02 a.m. Which it did just like here, just like here. It would tell us 9:02 or 9:01:59, for God's sakes. It would tell us he's entering the Roggen area, until 9:30 is leaving the Roggen area and enters Keensburg. Do you understand what I mean? So the 902 log entering the Roggen area, coming from Roggen, is missing. And I show you something else now. If you just give me 1 second and chat amongst each other, please, because this is quite significant. Just 1 second. If I can find it. I hope I can find it. Just bear with me a few seconds till I find it. I have it right here. This is what I was, what I had discovered recently when I went through all that again. But I think I gotta pull it from, I don't have it. Hold on. Let me try something else. Just put McCoy. I need the combined document. Do I have it? Is it that? Is it that one? You guys bear with me 1 second, please. No, that's not it. Hold on, I find it. Just bear with me a sec. I find it. I'll find it. I'm gonna try with something differently. I thought I had opened it, but I didn't. And now I have to. Do it all again. Hold on 1 sec. Yeah, I try to explain it like this. I can't find the pictures just as of yet, but I show you here. It's no problem. I show you like this. I hope I can explain it all right. All right. See you guys. This is what I wanted to show you. I'm gonna blow it up a little bit. I converted this. See, this is just better for me. So it's the 13th of August. Yeah, we name the day, then the month, then the year. You guys do the month, the day, and then the year. We do it differently. I just converted it according to my time thingy. So just for my convenience, it's better for me. All right, now let's look at this. As we know, Chris, hold on, not that I tell you some bullshit. Entered Keensburg. All right, okay. So this is McCoy and Watts combined, right? So McCoy enters the Keensburg area. Keensburg area at 8:51, right? He's going through Roggen, obviously. Or is he? Hold on, let me check for a sec before I tell you something wrong. I need that overview thingy. And next time, I'm gonna have all the pictures ready to show you. This just caught me a little bit by surprise because I didn't know that we were going this far tonight. Where is it again? Oh my God. All right. So just so you see, McCoy enters Keensburg area at 8:51. Okay? Keensburg area, I'm going to show you in a second, Tumbleweed. Just so you know, but just so you've seen it, 8:51, he enters the Keensburg area. And at 9:31, he's leaving, going to 1029 in the Keensburg area. Okay? So now look at this. Share a different screen. All right. Here you see 319 is the Keensburg area. Yeah? McCoy arrives in the Keensburg area at 8:51. So he's going through the Roggen area, goes all the way up here, which is Roggen, still up here, still classified as Roggen area, all the way down here. All the way up here, Keensburg area, 319. Okay? All right, now look at this. At 8:51, he enters the Keensburg area, then goes up Roggen and back into Keensburg. You guys remember how long it takes them approximately to go from the 319 to the 1029? Come on, give me an answer. How long does it take them from the 319 to the 1029? They say it, you saw it, you know it. How long does it take them from the 319 to the 1029? Come on, somebody must know. All you guys followed that case. No, not 3 minutes. They drive there for how long? Craftastic is warm. Roughly 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. Okay? Craftastic 1. So, I'm just assuming now. McCoy enters the Roggen area, the Keensburg area at 8:51. When does his phone log a significant location? All of a sudden? 10 minutes later. Is that a coincidence? Is that a coincidence? So, Chris's phone, according to his geotab, did not enter that area before 9:30, when he was all the way back already to the 1029. Otherwise, we would have that data right here. It would say 9:02 or 9:01 in 59 seconds. But who entered the Roggen area at 9:02 roughly? McCoy. Entering the Keensburg area at 8:51, going all the way up, which is declared Roggen again, and then goes back round to the 319. He drives a little around the corner, basically, goes back to the 319, which is then in the significant locations and in the geotab considered Keensburg, and exactly 10 minutes later, he arrives there, 9:02 a.m. This is when his phone logs the first significant location, missing from Chris's geotab. Missing. 9:30, the phone is leaving the area. And at 9:54, it's entering the area again. Here, Keensburg. Is that good? All right. Something else. Hold on. I'll show you something else. I don't believe that everything we have is, either is Chris's. I think it's a mix between McCoy and Chris. Because, hold on, show you. What did we say? 9:31, McCoy is leaving the area, right? Here, 9:31, McCoy is leaving the area. Isn't that crazy? Here, that's McCoy, 9:31. And going back to the timeline. 9:30 and 48 seconds, which would be 9:31. Boom. I think it's a mixture. It's a mixture. And he had probably CW's phone, in my opinion. Thank you, Penny. My phone is not. See, my brain is fried right now. I'm gonna go through with you real quick on this. So here, the personal phone. As I said, we cannot be sure that these screenshots belong together because, as you know, everything is mixed up in that discovery. So, but we work with what we have and we can make up our own minds then in the end. So, the personal phone is listed, the significant locations are listed from old to new. We remember the other phone was listed from new to old, and this is listed from old to new. So he was in Greenwood, Longmont, Greeley, Roggen. Again, only one location. Then he was in Morrisville. Then he was in Aberdeen. He was in Spring Lake. He was in Fayetteville, and he was in Myrtle Beach. So we don't know what's down here. We only have the Roggen location from the 2nd of July, right? So what we have here, the list is probably going on. Then he was in North Glen. Then he was, no clue where he was. Who thinks that he is innocent, Laura? Do you think he's innocent? You're welcome to rant here, but don't, you know, the little ones deserved what he did. What? Or people who think the little ones deserved what he did are sickos. Yeah, I do. I do agree on that. I do agree on that. They are sickos, aren't they? All right, back to the thing. Listed old to new. The other phone was listed new to old. Here it's listed new to old. The other phone was listed old to new. You know, so here you can see it's a total mix-up. Anyways, so on the 2nd and on the 3rd, he logs a significant location in the Roggen area, which is evident here. But here also, as seen on the other phone, it only logs one location. And only on the 2nd of July. But we know that he was out there on the 3rd of July as well. Right? So, same thing going on. Here, this is totally cropped out, so we don't know to what device this actually belongs. I don't know if that's by mistake or if that's on purpose. Same here. We don't see the battery charge. We don't see the time. We don't see if the phone is in flight mode. We don't see those things. They totally crop that out. And if people do that, it's usually to, you know, not to, yeah, give information away, okay? So where's the log of the location from July 3rd? It's missing. So we don't know. We only have breadcrumbs in this case. We don't know. All right, let's see how this is. Oh, and one other thing. You know what? When they open the Roggen area, they all of a sudden have the 3rd of July in there. But the Roggen area on the 3rd of July in the significant locations overview is missing. So it's a total mix up. You see, here all of a sudden it does appear on the 3rd. But here it doesn't. Right? So you tell me what to do with this, because it's almost impossible. This is clear as day that this device was never in Roggen on the 3rd. Otherwise, it would show up, right? Mysteriously, it does show up. When the technician clicks on this little arrow, it normally opens up the location he has been in the Roggen area, and it gives you the timestamps and all that. But here, all of a sudden, the 13th shows up, you know, which should be down here somewhere, because it goes listed from old to new. The 2nd of July shows up, and the 3rd of July shows up, but it's totally missing here, right? Until next time, I'm gonna put this in order, and we can play around a little bit to see what fits better, right? To see, maybe we can find out and put that in order what we already did with the discovery. But this is basically the same thing. So log of location on July the 3rd is totally missing. And here is a comparison as well. This lines up. This lines up. This lines up-ish. Not really, but ish. Here it has a 15-minute difference. And this does not line up at all. Like the 9:55 entering of the location is missing here. We have the 9:30. We have really weird numbers. We have 6:58, which is 6:53. We have 9:30. We have 9:12. We have 9:55, and we have 9:30. The only thing that lines up is when he's leaving. So we cannot make anything out of this. And weirdly enough is that on this item here, personal phone, this is cut off, as I mentioned, right? Nothing makes sense in the significant locations, and this is totally cut out. While here you have the time, and normally, you know, this might be a little indicator. At 7:32, they opened the significant locations, took a screenshot, and they cannot tell me that they they opened, they clicked on that little arrow, you know, 3 hours later. No, we don't do that. So here again, I don't know, maybe it was because the battery was low at 22%, but it's charging, as you can see here. And here it's not charging anymore, so they took it off the charger. Could be, but normally, you know, when it's on the charger already, you just click on that arrow and you should have around the same time, right? But here, I would say this is purposely cut off. You don't see anything, nothing. So how can you, put a complete and a timeline together that makes actual sense? You can't. But let me play with this a little bit and we'll find out. So my friend Jeff told me that the significant locations, because of them working with a satellite rather than towers, are mostly accurate. And they do have sometimes, a 2 to 3 minute difference, which is true. We can see that in his geotab that it differs like 2-3 minutes, but it doesn't differ like half an hour or 15 minutes. So this is so mixed up on item 41 that I believe that this is purposely done so. Here it doesn't match up either. This would be 25-minute time difference of entering the location. Here that would be a 18-minute time difference. So something doesn't add up with item 41. But as you can see, item 41 is always weird. Always. His personal phone. All right, you guys. As I said, let me play this with this a little bit. And yeah. Oh, then who was on site and who was not. So the question asked to Chris Watts by Tammy Lee was, how far apart are the sites? And Chris is saying just a walk. No, he was asked that by Coda, actually, how far the sites are apart. And he said it was just a walk. And it really is just a walk over the field, And then Tammy Lee. So I think she knew about the phones, and she was suspicious a little bit about the phones. That's why she asked him. So I understand she tells that to Luke Apple on the phone. So I understand they have work phones and personal phones. Do you know if the operators have both phones with them at all times? And Apple states, I would think so, yes. So this indicates that Tammy Lee did suspect something going on with the phones. And, they have to go according to the narrative. And that's why I feel like they cut information off, like we see here, on purpose. All right, you guys. I would end the live stream now because it will get too much with all the data at that hour of the day. Yeah, that's so true, Annie. It makes you wonder what the fight was really about on the 4th. Yep. Well, I think that, the 15th of July is a very significant date. Oh, gotta put my light back in. I look white as a ghost. Ah, my mods are brilliant. They went through that with me like butter. All right, you guys. Tomorrow, for me later, for you guys tomorrow, I'll be going into the Mitchell Quay case. Quay case. Very brutal case, a very horrific case, very sad case. I hope I see you guys there. And next weekend, I'm going to be starting work again on Tuesday, so there won't be a lot coming from me during the week. But I will do little video clips if I have time to edit. about our discoveries and findings. Other than that, yeah, I want to wait for the toxicology report to get into the Keeley case a little bit and do my own sort of, yeah, timeline, little bit digging and whatnot. But in the meantime, I do really recommend Saf Girls channel. She's so on the money and has guests and has, I believe she had Jared from the rescue crew, from the diver crew, up on her channel as well. She had Ryan Upchurch there. He thinks also that's, foul play or something, doesn't add up. So it's really, really good. So I do recommend Saf Girls channel if you want to know anything about the Kylie Rodney case. All right, you guys, I love you. I'm gonna go to bed. A massive, 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 huge thank you to my moderators and all you guys who stood or watched through with me for 6 hours. I think I'm getting too old and I cannot do 10, 12 hours marathons anymore. But yeah, it's just, with all the data, getting into the data, it's just getting too much for your brains to absorb. And I'm getting tired as well. So, fresh start next week, Saturday, same time, 5 p.m. Eastern, as always. And tomorrow, hopefully, I see you all 5 p.m. Eastern when we get into the absolutely horrific case of Mitchell Hui. I love you. Have a good day. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.